That was a great game.
All right. I think we'll get started. I'll be looking for Eric to log on. Um, let's see. I think I've gone over everything that I need to. Um, so what I'll say is thank you all for joining tonight, and it is good to have everybody here. And this has been a really long, enduring campaign, and I will say that regardless of the ups and the downs, highs and the lows, I think you guys should all pat yourself on the back for making it through a campaign. There are the more you talk to people in the D&D world, you'll realize that most campaigns end somewhere in the middle, or they just kind of fade out, and people move on. People lose interest in the story. DMs lose inspiration. So I am happy that like we somehow like made this all the way to this point, and I think I've enjoyed every single moment of it. Um, Basically, the cat's out of the bag. It's one of our the biggest bad villain, or at least that the story is kind of based on, is out of the picture right now, and so that's why tonight's episode is titled Epilogue. There are still a lot of loose ends to tie up, and so that will be our goal tonight, is to see how those get tied up, what questions are answered, what happens to the raven feathers that serve the Raven Queen now fighting Orcus. So what happened to Elin? Um, what was his end or his fate jumping into the vortex? What happens to Crius with no Strahd to back him? Is Quake still completely lost between these two groups? So there are a lot of things. Finding out those things will all kind of come to. Like I said before, this will be a half game and then half discussion, so it probably won't be as long play. It'll pretty much be this grand fight, and we'll figure out how to close things out. Now, I'll also just welcome anybody who's watching to the last Shadowdaze episode. So yeah, it's bittersweet to see it all come to the end. Be excited to see what we do after this, and I'll just recap a little bit of where we're at. Last episode, the Raven Feathers, who are the second, the kind of the almost like the war horses of the Raven Queen, have been sent into Barovia, and now they find themselves climbing the tower at the heart of Ravenloft. And as they do, Strahd is preparing this grand ritual and this arcane machinery, and it's a giant plane shift spell that will take his castle and move it to a new location. He uses Crius and his other ghouls and vampire spawn to protect him while he is casting that. A grand battle begins between those feathers and so forth, and the rest of the castle is under siege by the Vistani, the Valachian soldiers, were ravens, and so forth. So push the darkness is kind of being pushed back at all corners. Once the heart is destroyed, it severs a connection from Strahd that he's always had, that boosts and keeps his life force high. And then something happens when the party is through the plane shift. I mean, through the power of the magic, they're all kind of teleported to the top of the tower. And now the castle is literally floating through this vortex. Before Orcus shows up, when the Raven Queen appears in all of her majesty, Elin decides he's never liked this force, and he jumps off the edge of the castle and chooses that to be his fate. The rest of the figures fan out and begin to fight. Crius continues to be a thorn. This vampire continues to be a thorn in the side of the feathers. Um, Strahd finally reveals himself, but seems to be playing his part, playing very, very weakly, very in a very weak way, weakly, and that is when Datura uses the power of the Raven Queen to summon a vortex of feathers and just slam all of this energy and power into Strahd. definitely hurting him, staggering him. And then as Orcus is awakening, kind of fueled by the death and the decay down below, and the pretty much think of every ghoul and every skeleton that's being killed and destroyed, they start to pull and move up the tower as put themselves together in this initial form of the Demon Lord. As he brings himself to life, the first person he strikes is Strahd, and right being staggered right after being hit by Datura, that combination, Strahd looks as though he is dying. Little to know, Strahd is casting a major illusion spell and taking the hit, but also shifting it to make it look like it is his demise, where he is turning into his mist and taking himself back to his coffin, where he has a cube of teleportation, where he will plane shift just the contents of one room. That room is where little Bavo is when he peers down into the sarcophagus right beside Strahd, Strahd's own paraphernalia, and looking down, he sees his old body, little Bavo in this marionette, seeing his old self, and they are whisked away. But that's also where Raven Queen is able to swap his spirit back into his body. The rest you all can have seen in the previous episode. Strahd finds himself in the material world, happy that things have gone his way, only taking Bavo to be his new butler. You would need somebody to move around in the world in the sunlight, taking himself to the Forgotten Library, where he would have all of the spells that he would need to rebuild a new castle and a new army and so forth. Things don't go as planned for Lord Strahd, and at this point he is no more. That said, with this castle floating in somewhere in the material plane, Orcus is free. The Raven Queen told Datura, I have a plan for him. She told him she would stay outside of Barovia to cast this web to trap Orcus. But with Strahd breaking free, with the castle leaving Barovia, she had to go in, she had to act. And so now she's kind of here with you all, which kind of makes her more vulnerable to the world itself, but she is doing what she can. So now she is in this moment of trying to reweave that spell as the castle is now leaving Barovia. And then with it leaving Barovia, it's also leaving the Shadowfell. So her powers are not all as they would be in her home world. Anyone want to add anything to that recap before we begin tonight? I'll take any. Okay. Then let's go ahead and begin here then. So after Orcus has manifested himself, he stands there with this bony whip in one hand, and as he just thought he just destroyed Strahd, he uses that whip to flick and to catch the wand of Orcus and to catch it in another devilish, red, leathery skinned arm. The tower below him is glowing a fiery red from the deep below. And as you all stand there on the edge of the castle, it starts to shift and mutate, almost as though in his new presence, the castle is becoming something anew, almost like pieces of Ravenloft are starting to float around him, almost as though he is making a platform or a throne before him subconsciously. With that, as you see before you, those little platforms, everything you see that's on the classic still is a like floating platform, so can be used if you needed space to move on to it. But in this moment, you all are kind of taken to a place of quiet and calm, because suddenly the vortex behind you is no more, and suddenly what opens up is into a darkness, a dark mist, and you realize those mists are clouds, and the castle is in a new realm. It's somewhere else. You don't know where, and you can only tell that because of the darkness below, you are most likely over water. And the castle feels to almost bob like a great ship in the sky. And you can tell that it is losing altitude, but not in a way that it is crashing ever so slowly. As the feathers step back and look off the corner of the castle, they hear a skittering up the sides of the castle. And through the darkness, several, maybe like I'd say probably a good 100 feet below, they can see the silhouette of the ghouls and skeletons begin to climbing the inside and the outside of the tower to get to the top. Now the Raven Queen is starting to weave her spell, and arcane lightning kind of cracks around her as she tries to create a force field around you all and around Orcus to try to contain him. That is set by, you also notice a D4 at the base of her model. There is also a D4 number at the base that will stand for the amount of turns it will take for those ghouls to climb their way to the top, buffering, giving you guys some time before that happens. And besides this, you can hear her kind of almost speak to you all, and without speaking. And for Lobin, she tells you, child, you have suffered much. You suffer the magic and the power that I've given you as a burden, but I ask you to bear this final burden for your queen. I have a plan for Strahd. And so with that, we must make sure Orcus does not continue forth into the material plane. If that goes, then he also threatens the shadow. And to Datura, you have been unquestioning and dogmatic in your drive to serve me. For do this and gain even greater standing in my court. To Kador, you crush enemies beneath your heel. You make them feel the pain and inflict the pain and the will of the Raven Queen. Do this and finally gain rest and fortitude in what you have done. Dax, you know too well what stands before you, you and Lobin. So send this creature back to the abyss. Do not fail me. And to Elri, your friend, your ally, she is alive and she is well. But stop this threat so that it must stay that way. And for just a moment, it is quiet and the wind is rustling around you as this castle moves. Straw kind of bobbing up and down. But then suddenly that silence is broken as Orcus begins to speak and just tells you all, bow before me, die before me, and be the undead in my armies. For you are cursed in your form as you stand. Is there anything you all respond before you roll initiative? Anything for her? We'll roll initiative. Let's alrighty, let's see what we got here. I'll roll for Argynvost and putting him in play, but let me make sure I find combat tracker. Looking to see if Eric's still not there. Okay, be looking for him. Let's run this encounter. All right, Quake, what did you get?
I'll roll for Kador as well.
Thank you, sir. Quake?
18.
18. Dice hit with a thud.
Those metal dice, man.
Man, yeah. They don't even roll. It's just like a boom. Ellery.
16.
16. Nice. Lobin.
19.
Oh, there we go. This is better rolls already than last time.
Eight or
Datura.
more.
And
24.
24. Nice. Dax.
A 6.
I know I should see them pop up on my screen since you guys. Oh no, because you guys are probably rolling real dice. So, Dax.
I'm rolling roll
20. You said 26.
No, 6.
Oh, poor Dax. That's that.
Ouch, man.
Shake,
Welcome back, Babo.
Shake off the bobble, Eddie. Shake off the
26?
bobble.
No.
Shake off the bobble. Kador.
Kador got a 4.
Okay, so the paladin makes sense.
It's the curse of the paladin.
Yeah. What'd you get, Crius?
22.
Oh, geez, not bad. And then your dragon got 16 in either form. So,
I think he's still human.
Yep. Yeah. So, what you can change him in his turn, or you also will have access to the legendary actions. I don't know why I have 2 of those in here, but okay. Alrighty. And so, there's Kador, close to last in initiative and jumping in.
Reality and art come together.
Wow.
Kador.
Welcome, my comrade.
Welcome.
I made it. And the goose is here too.
We just roll.
How we
We'll
doing?
do a 4 for initiative.
You
So
can
can-
think.
You can re-roll.
Think for
Ash-
that.
Reroll, please.
You know what?
actually,
You know what? I kind of want to. I kind of want to
roll with it because it's going to make me have to re-roll and put everybody's stats in again.
Yeah, exactly.
But on
This
the
is-
plus side, the Raven Queen has promised you rest and commiseration for the defeat of Orcus.
She also gave us 29 hit points.
Yes, that
and
also
it
count as
gets
temporary.
you to full. Yeah. It
And
spills
we're all
over to
blessed.
temporary.
wow.
And we
So you
all
have
have resistance to
1d4.
magic.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh wow. Wow.
Are you taking notes yet?
Yeah, I am.
And we're over water, so
I think we're less worried about that.
Now there are gaps in the top, like in the top of the tower, but they're very easy to leap to leap over. I won't even really use those, except that you can't stand on a gap space. When I pull the camera up a little bit higher, if it didn't freeze on me.
But
All right, let's get in
And
there.
then
Also, we're no longer floating in the realm space. We're actually somewhere now.
Okay,
You just don't know.
let's see.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hence the water.
Hence the water.
Lost one.
Yeah.
Lost the tabletop. Give me 1 second. That was probably when I switched over. But I will say, to get things started, Crius, you can kind of tell me what you plan to. Try not to slow this down. Let me invite.
When you make a saving throw or an attack roll, you roll a d4 and you add on to that.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Things. It's a very handy ability.
Yes, bless is a wonderful spell, Benji. In fact, it was my favorite as called. So.
Eric, in the Curse of Strahd campaign section, we also have all of Argynvost's stats
Mm-hmm.
for his dragon
yeah,
form and
that's
his
right.
human form.
I was just getting on there right now. Oh wait, no, that's Calden. Sorry. There he is, Kador. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. Family stuff.
No worries.
Life happens, you know.
Point is, you're here.
I'm just
Yeah.
glad that you're. Yep.
Glad I
It's all
made
good,
it.
man.
All right, tabletop
Welcome to
should
this.
be back now, and
Cool.
cool. So you can pin that if you want. But let's see, going back to where we're at. So as this is happening, Orcus is kind of standing there in all his demonic might. Crius, you are standing probably the closest to him. If you can see your miniature, you're like right here. What do you do?
He knows it's futile, but he's going to try and attack if Orcus is just forming.
Okay. And with what? So he's
Crius
rushing
before
forward.
Datura?
Oh, Crius should be before.
Although I think
you. What'd you get, Datura?
Datura is
24.
Oh, maybe I
Yeah,
didn't put it.
so
Oh,
he
let me
should-
go.
I'm imagining that they're like fighting
gets
for
to
like who
hit
hits
first?
Okay,
them
yeah.
first.
Stop
So
it, stop it, stop it.
Datura
They're
is
shoving.
Datura is first, and if I forget again, I'm just gonna. So Datura, you're first, and then Crius. Yeah.
So yeah, seeing out of the corner of his eye, Crius leaping for that attack first, Datura, as a bonus action, lifts his rapier in front of him and summons his shadow in front of Crius. So the shadow just getting in the way, not being hostile, just like, boom, there's something there in front of you. Leaps forward to strike with the rapier.
So as the shadow appears, leaping forward to strike, which I always have to grab a shadow miniature. Go ahead and make your strike.
The first strike is only a 14.
That will miss as Orcus just kind of takes one step back, and his whip comes in and goes and play and rakes along the shadowy blade, blocking it.
And the next one, the shadow itself plunges it into his back, and that's worse. That's a 12.
So,
Have you? Are you rolling the d4?
oh yeah, you get a
Oh, I'm not. That's a good point. Let me apply that to both. The first one is a 16.
I will still miss.
The second one is also a miss. Still
Okay.
two misses,
2 misses.
but I
Any-
have his attention.
Yeah. Anything else that you're gonna do in your turn, Datura?
Nope. The bonus action created the shadow.
Okay, got it. And so as the shadow is created and rushes forth, and Orcus kind of pulls and blocks it, he kind of laughs and turns towards Argynvost, and using a legendary action, he will place. It's a 10-foot diameter, so it's going to put it over. Going to put it in this point, so it is going to cover Kador, Crius, and as well as Argynvost, and he will give me 1 second to tell you what I actually am casting. It is going to be his. So he summons a creeping death. I need a. Actually, it's a cylinder of swirling necrotic energy within 60 feet. It's like a 60 feet tall, and it's a 10-foot wide. Anything trapped in it until the end of Orcus's next turn. All creatures in the area are vulnerable to necrotic damage. So the way that translates is you feel just like this creeping, like literally the title. You feel as though death is all around you. It's a bad juju energy over you all. And then we'll move to Crius.
Okay, so he sees Datura attack and miss, and so he's going to do the same. And first attack is 29
First attack
to
is
hit.
29 will hit.
Much better.
Sweet. And that is going to be
Damage. Did he freeze?
He froze.
Renee froze. Okay. When he comes back, I will
Second
take...
attack will be.
Oh, shoot. Okay. You froze for a minute, so I lost your damage. What was the first one? Froze again. Okay, Renee's having... So it's not me then, right? It's just Renee. Okay, Renee's freezing. So, oh yeah, he dropped off. When he gets back, I'll pick back up and take his damage. We'll move from Crius, then to Lobin.
So, with just this disgust in his eyes, Lobin points the dagger at Orcus. Vile creature. And he's going to place his Hexblade curse on him.
Okay. What do I need to
It just
say?
happens.
It just happens. Okay. Oh yeah, and then so Hexblade is placed on him.
Take
All
him
right.
out.
And know that also. Okay. Yep.
And he is going to slash 2 times in the air as these Eldritch blasts go out. One is a natural 20, and the other one is a 24 to hit.
24 will hit as well. Both the 20 natural 20 and they'll both hit.
All right, and that
Crius,
is-
what was your damage? I didn't get any of it. I didn't get any because you like dropped off for a second.
Oh, so the first attack had 15 damage.
Okay.
The second attack was a 14, so I don't think that hit. Right?
So 15. So he took 15 damage.
Yeah, so he just took 15 damage.
Okay. And is your weapon magic?
It is the. No, it was the Dragon Slayer.
Okay. So he slash. It's the Dragon Slayer. Okay. So then then it would. All right. So it takes 15. As you hit him and slice into Orcus, rebounding, camera pans over to Lobin. Lobin is firing these Eldritch blasts back to you,
They're
Lobin.
like these slashes,
Mhm.
and that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a total of 32 force damage.
All right. Now, and when they slash, it's like they're still at range, so they're coming out of his dagger. And
Yeah, he
flying
like
towards him.
slashes the air, and it's this like energy wave goes out.
Yep. So Crius is next to him, and how much damage?
32 force damage.
32. All right, he will take it.
And
Kind of, so they kind of like they pepper him into him, but blasting off a bit of ichor rolling out of his chest.
we lost the tabletop. I don't see it anymore.
Okay. Try to bring it back. I don't know why it's dropping out, but okay. But in terms of space, you like everything's within range, right? So you're not
Right.
going to miss anything there. It
Lobin
shows
is just
I'm
going
still-
to take a like 10 feet back to just get a better like perspective of everything.
Okay, 10 feet back. So he steps back near Dax. Don't know what's happening here. As he does that, if he is done, then we move to now in response. Orcus will respond with a whip, using his whip to Datura's shadow, and that's going to be just a legendary action. He's going to make an attack. 31 to hit, of course. That's going to hit, and the damage will be.
It auto dies. It's got 1 HP.
Okay, so yeah, it just disappears. So you don't take any of that. It doesn't transfer to you. So he just
No.
gets rid of it. Okay, so he gets the shadow out of here, and and then we move from Lobin to Quake. So Quake, you're standing there with your hammer. What do you do?
Quake is going to kind of as stealthily as he can try to use all of his movement to run behind one of Orcus's feet. Like, I imagine he's super tall. Like, how big would you say he is? How tall is he?
He is lumbering. Oh, hold on. Set that off. I just brought the camera back. Okay, so tabletop should be back. But you see, he is a good. He's almost 2 stories high, so he's a good 20 feet tall. Looking down, seems to be very aware. These sickly yellow eyes glowing within this skeletal pit, and these almost like a crown pieces of bone jutting out of his head. There seem to be people kind of writhing and crying in his stomach that is really like made of like almost like a ribs that is a cage created in the stomach area. So you would be trying to make a stealth check and hide from Orcus and get stealthily behind him. Is that what you're trying?
Yeah, I want to try to just sneak like behind one of his feet. Yeah, just as stealthily as I can.
Give me
I was gonna cast.
Roll.
Okay.
God, Orcus rolled terrible on initiative.
I got 22. I rolled the 20. It hardly ever happens for me. I'm extra excited.
So give me, let me see for. Okay, so I need to roll for 22. You actually beat that. So what it is that as you try to cross, Orcus seems to be paying attention more so to Crius and the shadowy spectral that he just got rid of. Are you trying to go around on this side? So if you were here 5, 10, 15, I would say like right over here, there happens to be one of the pieces of rock that is floating by. And as it does, it just for a moment obscures your vision. I don't know if you're something else as you're stealthily moving over there. He for this round, he does not see you. So you're not on Orcus's radar. Is there anything that else you're going to try to do? Otherwise, Benji, I would move to, or Quake, I will move to Elri.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm like behind him. Like, I wanted to be like almost touching him, like behind him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're dashing and trying to do a stealth. Okay, then I'll allow that. So yeah, you're like behind him. The rock kind of moves and he doesn't see you, so you're almost touching him. But to get there, you have to move most of your movement, so you don't really have another action, and most of your action is trying to hide and moving to get there because it was more than 30 feet. So you're just hidden right now. So then you wouldn't really be able to react or do anything else until your next turn.
Okay.
Okay. So then Orcus is not responding as camera pulls over and pushes into little Elri. She's right over there behind. This is Datura. Elri's there on the walkway. Also, the camera angle is different from last time because it's from the side. So you guys he was in front of you before, but it's the similar setup as the castle's being restructured. But you are all in very similar places to where you were before. You have the floor.
Okie dokie. I am going to. Is that like right under the Raven Queen's bubble? Mm-hmm. Is that little piece of rubble something that I could like get to and hide behind?
You could. That's what Quake is hiding behind right now.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Okay, and so as you run up behind,
take a little bit of cover.
you see him kind of like hiding behind it as well. Quake looks back, and you're moving in very quickly on him. Anything that's said, or do you just kind of like hide?
She's more focused on taking a shot at the big bad. So she'll probably, I don't even know if she'll give him a second look or if she'll just side eye and sit like crouch down and knock an arrow into her magical crossbow.
Okay.
I'm
And it
gonna
almost
take
looks like it's almost like a piece of a stone window that's floating. So it has plenty of notches for her to put the weapon through to fire.
Fabulous. A 28.
28
Does that hit?
will hit as she takes a shot with the bow.
And that is 17 points of damage for that.
Orcus almost acts like he doesn't even register, but even though he takes all of it, it seeps into you see the arrow slam his flesh. He doesn't even react to it. Right? He just kind of seems to be still looking over in the other direction of Argynvost. Seems to have his attention at the moment.
What a punk. I'm taking my second shot.
All right.
26 to hit.
That will hit.
Um, 19 points of piercing damage.
We'll take it.
And then I'm gonna use Dread Ambusher and make an additional weapon attack.
Okay.
Which is a 21 to hit.
That will hit.
And that is another 19 points plus a d8 for Dread Ambusher, which is 7.
7 damage. All right. So as he's being peppered by Ellery, who is definitely like all that mad. So there are like 3 arrows in like his upper side, and you can see each of the arrows start to almost dissolve from the necrotic energy. But you can see that as they dissolve, the spaces, the wounds, almost like holes in his body that have been left by your attack. As this happens, we move. Argynvost is up.
You got him, Nick.
So Argynvost is in his human form.
He's in his
right?
human form right now.
So he changes into the dragon.
As he starts to transform, his metal folds back huge. If the metal starts to turn into silver scales, from silver armor to silver scales, and he just like expands in size within seconds. Claws come out, horns erecting in this very fancy flared what do you call it, like almost like mohawk,
like
Argynvost is there,
like a horn.
Yes, very much.
And leaping into the air as he looks down on Orcus, charging up his frost breath.
Okay, so he's gonna do frost breath, and just for the sake of, I'm gonna have him fly to the side as he, even though I don't know what is going on with my camera right now. Go ahead and give your frost breath attack.
All right, that is
I'm going to try something here. We're going to lose the table for again, but you're all within range. You're going to blast him with so I'll take it. I'm going to restart this computer.
And that's going to be 15d8.
Okay. 15. He does 15d8 for his breath
looking
weapons?
looking at the sheet, it's 15d8 cold damage on a failed Constitution save. Take half.
So got it. So let's make. What do I need to beat? Is it like DC 18, something like that?
DC 24.
All right. Give me 1 second to 24. I will beat that.
All right, so half damage and
Half damage.
79 cold damage. So half of that is 30. No, actually, is it 30?
Hot damn.
I have a brain fart here. What's half of 79 again?
79. So
Yeah.
it'd be. I'm terrible with this
30,
too. So
39.
It'd be 39. Yeah.
39.
All right. Yes.
All right, so Orcus is slammed with this huge breath weapon, and he almost staggers and starts to chill and like crust over, and then he pushes back and blasts icicles kind of as almost like his body heats up. Kind of looks at Argynvost almost like, is that all you've got? As Argynvost blasts him, but you can tell deep down, Argynvost can tell that Orcus felt it.
And he does have his legendary actions, Argynvost.
He does.
Okay.
All
I'm just
right.
going to do the recharge reroll right now, just to make it simplify
Sure,
things.
for the next round.
He got a 5, so he gets his breath weapon back.
Okay. So and did you move? Do you? So I put him on the other. So I was gonna move. I moved him. So right now he's right in front of where you last. I know you can't see the board, but he was right in front of Orcus. Do you want to move him anywhere? Or you want to leave him there?
I was gonna have him fly fly behind Orcus, have his
Sure.
attention split between two sides.
Okay, fair enough. All right, if Argynvost is done, then move to Dax.
Yeah, so Dax is, almost like kind of in a state of shock. You see his mirror just, for anyone that's close by, you can kind of hear it break. As he kind of just is just shaking his head and just like, no. And I'm going to hold my action.
Okay. Is there something you're looking? So what are you holding for? What do you think?
Maybe it's until my brief moment of insanity is gone, or if he attacks me and I have no choice but to respond.
Okay. Fair enough. So he will hold his action as we move from Dax. So at that moment, as Dax is kind of holding his place, suddenly Orcus kind of there's this kind of rumbling as everything seems to almost like a warpish sound, like all the air is being sucked out of the area, and suddenly all of you feel like you're stuck, like you're just as everything kind of time comes to a crawl, and with one hand held up, Orcus it looks like with his whip hand, he whips it above him and it sends out a blast that pretty much stops time around him. And as he does that, he turns towards Argynvost and he will let off the following. So this allows Orcus to take 3 full actions back to back. He holds the wand of Orcus, and the wand is made out of this, this skull. In his hand, when Orcus is holding it, is size of the giant that's holding it. But it has this undead skull attached to a spine. The spine is like obsidian black, and the eyes glow a bit green. And as he points it towards Argynvost, he goes, I welcome an undead dragon into my armies. He will do. Let's see. I need Argynvost to give me a Constitution save. Argynvost is not under the same abilities as the Raven Queen, so unless he automatically has resistance, he will just take a regular Constitution save.
Okay. And gets a natural 20.
Okay, so he will take half.
Friggin' 36.
Yes, 36 on his save.
Right, rolling some damage. It's gonna all be halved. Okay, so he's going to take 18 necrotic damage from that. He will then follow it up with another attack of the same type. So Argynvost needs to get another one.
And that's a 26.
Okay. So 46, so was that 23? So he takes another 23. Necrotic damage as he's like, kind of like this necrotic energy is just blasting out and slamming into the dragon as he bats him away. And then with his third and last action, he will put a circle of death over. I know you can't see the board, so as it's a 60-foot radius. Point.
That would hit almost
That's
everybody.
gonna hit everybody. I'm just trying to see where I want to put it. Yeah. So yeah, actually, I'll just center it right in the center of the board, so it just goes out. So everyone needs to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oof.
Don't forget the
Okay.
bless
Yeah.
for those who are
And
blessed.
the magic resistance, so
That
advantage.
too.
First, Argynvost. He gets a 31. And I get a 13. That is a fail.
That would be
Actually,
a
wait.
fail.
22 from
Yeah,
Datura.
even
That's
with
gonna
the
pass.
plus 17 actually, but I doubt that passes.
So
What
it's
kind of
either. So it's actually 20. So if you passed a 19, then you're going to get half full if you failed. So it's 24 or 12 necrotic damage. Oh, actually, I rolled
me and
2
Loben
dice
are
less.
resistant.
Hold on. That's a little bit higher. It's actually not 24. It's 30. It's 34. So it's either 34 or what would that be?
17.
17. Yeah.
Datura and Loben are resistant. to
17.
Okay.
So
So
I
that
take
gets halved
17.
again.
That gets halved again, yeah.
For me, at least. So that'd be 8.
Yeah, for you, yes. Not
That
me.
is literally. It could not have gone better for me.
That's necrotic damage.
Yes, that's what Mal said. But I passed and am resistant.
Okay, wait, what do we have to roll? Because I got booted out.
Con
Con.
Con save? Okay.
And because you're a vampire, don't you have resistance to necrotic?
The necrotic, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you just gotta
Yeah.
pass.
So it's 14.
Right. Tables back.
It had to be above a 19.
Yeah,
Above
so
19.
you take
DC
17
19.
damage.
17.
Alrighty. Hopefully that will stay.
How much if we failed?
Failed
34?
is 34 necrotic.
Oh, okay.
Did you
17 or
pass,
34?
Benji?
No, I got 15.
Okay. So then that would have been a fail. So you take 34.
Yeah, that yeah.
Oh.
Are you still up?
He's down.
He's down.
Oh
Um,
no.
Now that Jason just mentioned it to me about the necrotic field.
What about him? Oh,
That
Anyone standing in it would be vulnerable. So they take double.
what? Man, I keep.
Wait, who did that cover? Who was in the
I don't know.
necrotic field?
I just heard him cast it. and
Oh,
was like, what
that
the
would have
heck
also
is that?
So Calden is still in it. Everybody else. So Crius moved out.
Kador, you mean?
Kador.
So Kador would be in it.
No,
and
I
I-
called to take the damage.
Right.
So I saved. So then I go half. Then I go back again. So I take the full. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Correct.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Benji's down behind that floating rock that's slowly moving away and starting to expose them. He's over there next to Elri. As this happens, we kind of going through the fog as he kind of drops and collapses over. Orcus is finally done. He realizes the group is really strong. He prepares for what's coming next as it is Kador's turn.
Legendary action, tail swing from Argynvost after that barrage.
All right, go ahead and make your tail swing.
And I'd like to use my action after Argynvost is done.
And that is going to be a 35 to hit.
That will hit.
2d8. And that is 16 bludgeoning damage, smacking into Orcus, this large tail.
Bam! So he slams into him, and Orcus kind of brings up the wand of Orcus, and the tail wraps around it and kind of grabs and kind of like the lacerations run across his arm as he releases, but he takes this. You said 17?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As Argynvost just finishes striking Orcus, I heard that Dax was going to strike.
Actually, it was 16.
16. Okay. That doesn't
take
change.
a point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just take the point off. Okay, you're good. Dax, you're up.
Yeah, so Dax kind of shakes his head. He's like, "No, he's mine!" And
Oh, am I not up yet? Or
yeah,
am I wrong?
I'm just using my action.
He's
Just
using
triggered.
I'm sorry.
his trigger,
Hold
like
that.
his reaction, and then goes
Action.
to you.
I
Kador.
understand.
Yep.
I understand.
So I rush towards him and hit for 24.
Okay.
You get your sneak attack because.
Yep. That attack will be 10 damage, and then my sneak
And this is
attack
like
here.
this right here. I don't know if you can see the table, but this is like the skylight Dax, so you could rush directly towards him over that glass.
Okay. Yep. Overall, with my sneak attack, I give him 21 damage.
All right. And you do have a magical weapon, so 21. He will take it. So as you start to cutting into his Achilles, all of this flesh and bone, and as you cut into the bone, it seems to like writhe with like maggots. But God, the wounds open up. He kind of like winces a bit in pain as he's starting to feel these little nicks and knacks eat at him. How much did you say? 21.
21.
Okay, 21.
And then I will use my bonus action to, let's see here, where am I at again? I'll disengage back towards behind that little, I don't know what you call those things.
Pillars.
Pillars.
Or it's like this one.
Yep.
This
yep,
one
yep.
is it's over here and it's slowly floating. So at the end of this round, it's going to float away. And
Oh, I see.
So it's here for
Okay.
now. It's kind of one of those
Shit.
things that kind of narratively came about from Quake, but it's about to float. Like they all continue to kind of move. There are others that are floating around as well, but there's not a lot of great places to hide right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, but you still disengage and back up if you want to stay like
Yep.
maybe near Elri over their way.
Yeah. Sure. Hi.
As this Kador, you are up.
Okie dokie. Kador holds his sword ready, his shield, and as he does so, his eyes glow, and he says, "For the Raven Queen." And this shimmer appears right above the Demon Lord's face, and the spiritual weapon. I cast spiritual weapon. Appears right above him.
Yep. So your spiritual weapon will.
And that is a all attack. Let's see. Oh no, that's a miss. 12, no. Okay.
12 will not
so
do
then-
it, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, and so Kador just says, doesn't say it. Then he puts his sword down, looks down, and charges in for the swing his sword.
Don't forget to apply the bless when you can.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
And that will be a 21.
21 will hit.
Okie dokie. Totally forgot my damn. How's this? Oh, it's that. Okay. And I will, as he swings, Kador comes forth, and all of a sudden this energy forms around the sword. It's a darker energy. It is a smite from the waving queen, of course. And as he hits, he comes down, and that adds 2d8, 3. So that'll be, yeah. So I'll do the damage and then 3d8. Okay, I'll do it all together.
Was there any extra
one.
bonuses because he's undead?
Smite.
Wait.
Nice.
I smite.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Whoever that was. Yes.
Josh.
Thanks. Thank you. 11, 15, 18, 19. So 20 points of damage.
20 points.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Get him, Kador.
That's right. And I guess I'll swing again, right?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting he has 2 attacks now. I just keep forgetting that. Dirty 20.
That will work. That will hit.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'll smite again. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna. Why not, right? Oh, damn. 8. 7, 16 points.
All right. Take the 16.
Yeah. And that was it. And then back again. Why not, right?
Whew. All right. Orcus he's getting pummeled right now. You guys are like ants, like flies on the ointment, as he continues to whip around and writhe and fight back and forth. The tower is kind of bobbing back and forth. You can hear the skittering of the skeletal and ghoulish forces getting one step closer to the top. If I haven't missed anyone, we move to the next round as the forces get closer. The Raven Queen continues to, I know I lost her die up there, but she continues to weave her spell. It starts to take a stronger effect. It's almost like a hail of blue energy starts to form around the sky above, and starting these kind of electro-glowing feathers begin to slip and creep off of it, float around it, almost like creating a dome space, a cage of a type around the area. At the top of the round, it is Datura.
Fantastic. So, Datura looks to Orcus.
You'll have to do better than that, demon. I will not sully my hands with your rotten flesh.
As he summons his shadow as a bonus action once again right next to Orcus. And from the shadow's position makes 2 strikes into the monstrosity.
Oh yeah, Orcus also has a timer that went down 1. Okay. All right, make your attacks.
Come on, that's a 24 before adding the bless.
All right.
Does a 26 hit?
That will hit.
That's 9 piercing.
That will hit.
And the shadow weaves once more, plunging the rapier forward for a... Oh, let's hope the bless helps here. Does 15 hit?
That does not hit. Are you done with your turn, or?
Yeah, that ends it.
Okay.
So the shadow remains locked in combat with Orcus while Datura stands back, taunting.
The lady is with us.
As Orcus is slammed and hit, he's angry and his skin flames up and those creatures writhing inside his stomach, almost like it's almost like he starts to consume some of them to power up. The horns on the side of his head seem to be growing bigger, like an outward, and his wings cut, and you see the baby nibs of wings that are about to sprout out of his back. And clutching the wand of Orcus, he waves it, and a taste of undeath, and waves it outwardly, choosing. Give me a second. If I choose, actually, it would just be either the shadow or. He's down. I'm going to choose Crius. And Crius, give me a... Oh, no, it's a ranged attack. So, no, I will choose Kador, who is still in my necrotic roll, which because it lasts to the end of my next turn. And we'll make a ranged attack. Yep, give me 1 second.
Cool.
So... Yeah, it's like 31. It's gonna hit.
Miss. Okay.
And it's gonna do.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's 22 necrotic damage. But if you're in that, and you can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. But because you're in that,
44.
You take 44.
Ooh. All right.
And just this chill of necrotic energy slams into Kador as he like staggers back, standing like on the edge of the abyss as the crowd towers. That's just one legendary action. Orcus is done. He then moves to Crius.
So, okay. He's gonna try and see if there's any way he can try and just start hacking that hand with the wand.
All right. Of course, he's aiming for the hand. Narratively, if you hit like a nat 20, I will or something extremely high, we can play with that. But right now, essentially, since there's no major called shots, you are just trying. Of course, you're trying to disarm him, but you're just gonna try to hit. Yeah.
Okay. So 27 to hit.
27 to hit. Okay, give me the damage.
All right. So his first one is going to be 7 damage. And the next hit. So 7 damage. The other one was a 13.
So with 27 being high, Orcus is moving kind of slow. Everyone's peppering him. The amount of damage wasn't high enough to cut, or have him lose the wand. And so he just responds to you with his ledger action, and just with using the chill touch, just slams down, swinging at Crius. It's gonna hit. It's Crius, and so for the necrotic damage he's gonna take, I know you're resistant to it. 17. Oh, hold on. So 31 necrotic. So it's a half for you. And then, Crius, are you done? If you're done, then we move on to Lobin.
All right. Lobin. He is going to continue his barrage of Eldritch Blasts.
He's starting to look weak, but he's
Orcus.
also trying to gather up enough energy to survive this. But you guys can tell that you're whittling away at him.
I am on a hot streak. Another nat 20.
Whew, go for it. That hits.
Go. Hot
And
hands.
the second one is a 22. So both of the Eldritch Blasts hit.
All right.
Although that is a super low roll on the damage, so
What are we looking at?
so that is 22 force damage.
All right, 22 force. And
the dice I rolled was 2 1s and a 2.
Okay. Also, anyone hit by his chill touch, just remember you can't regain hit points until your next turn. From those,
you can still get temporary hit points, though.
Sure,
right?
Sure, absolutely. So he will use his third legendary action and aim at Lobin and respond in kind and fire back at you. So I rolled a 16 and just pretty much add another 16 to that. You know, that's the kind of hit he's doing.
Hit.
Yeah.
Even if he rolled a nat 1, it would.
Yeah. He rolled pretty low on damage, 14 necrotic damage. That was a really bad.
And that's half because.
Yeah.
Because I'm Shadowdaze, so 7.
Okay. As this happens, if Lobin's done, we move to Quake to make a death save.
Okay, and that's just the D20?
So D20, you need to roll a 10 or higher to get that. And you need to get to 3 of those before you get to 3 fails.
I got 16.
Okay, so you're going to mark one success there. And so how would so Quake, for you, that, you know, just means that you're kind of swimming in darkness, you're unconscious, maybe you're going in and out. Sometimes people are starting to see maybe where they came from, or kind of you're starting to be a little bit lucid or like in a dream state. What do you think you're experiencing right now, if anything? Or are you just seeing utter black?
I imagine Quake is he's kind of he's laying there and he's kind of seeing you know, back in his cave you know, like shiny gems and other ores, and it kind of starts breaking apart, like shattering, and he kind of just sees Orcus's face there, just kind of looming there, like he can he kind of like a sense of dread. He's just imagining his face.
Sure. And so, as you're down, camera pans over. Ellery standing there. She's now exposed as that piece of rock has floated away. What does she do?
She's just gonna keep taking shots.
All right.
With that magical crossbow. A 26.
26 will hit.
To hit.
Absolutely.
By the way, Ellery, have you been passively healing with your crossbow? Because that's like one of the features of.
I am above. I have still 5 temporary hit points, so I don't think that my crossbow lets me add temporary hit points.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I have a note to do it. Once I lose those few points, then I'll definitely be doing it. But thank you for the reminder.
No problem.
Wait, Quake, that makes me think of Quake. Don't you have the ring of healing that, or does it deactivate when you're down? It's a certain amount of minutes it works, right? What does it do?
I think it's every 10 minutes.
So you could die before that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, just checking. I wanted to just make sure I was being fair on that one. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I think you still have attacks?
Yes. I don't think I gave you my damage yet.
Yeah, not yet.
6 for the first one.
Okay, 6 damage. I'll take it. Every shot counts here. You whittle away at his life force or his undeath force.
28 to hit.
Oh yeah, jeez.
I love this crossbow.
Are you just rolling high, or does it have just a ridiculous 10. Plus modifier?
It has a plus 10.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 7
more?
8 more.
All right.
And then that will end my...
He's starting to stagger, move. Pieces of him are... Bits of flesh are starting to drop off of Orcus, like he's shedding. Raven Queen's eyes are towards the sky. She seems to be in full commitment to what she's doing. Elri, do you have another shot? Anything else left? Or
no, that's it.
okay. Move from Elri. Orcus is not doing anything as we move to Argynvost.
So, with the way that he's positioned, would his breath attack would hit the other party members because it's a large cone area?
Because you told me you went to his backside, so that's why I put him there.
Yeah.
He would have to position. He would have to try to position himself, maybe here, downward. I think there's still anyone. Here's what I'll say with a cone weapon. Anyone like in base-to-base contact with the creature is probably going to get hit by it, or would still take it.
Yeah.
I would be.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And in that case, Argynvost would.
Your
Do it.
So right now he's at his backside. I don't know what you want him. He's over here.
Argynvost looks like he's about to charge up his breath attack when he sees Orcus and Crius line up there, but it's also seeing the others around as well. He flies back down.
Is he transforming, or is he just? What's he doing?
And he's going to strike as a dragon.
As a dragon.
Bite attack and his claws.
Okay, so he's just locking into. Yep. Okay, make your strikes.
A dirty 20.
It will hit.
23. Does an 18 hit?
18 does not hit.
All right, because he got a natural one there.
Gotcha. Was that it? Was that all the damage? That I missed?
20,
okay.
22, 32.
32.
And then this 15, 46, 56.
So 56 total damage on between the strikes, claws and tail kind of deal.
Between, yeah, because those 3 hits, he has a plus 10 to the damage in total, so it's already hitting for 30 plus the dice or plus the 2d6.
Yep. So 56 you said, right?
46 and 2d10. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that breath weapon, it could just hit everybody if he wanted to.
Yep. So I mean that's pretty nasty. Slash into into. Oops, no, wrong. Hold on 1 second to Orcus. Where is Orcus? There we go. So as he kind of roars down, this dragon slams into him and starts fighting and pulling at Orcus. Orcus trying to fight back with the wand, kind of teeth and claw and bone smashing into each other like this, almost like this giant monster movie you are all witnessing before you, as they kind of roll around, moving violently in the space. If Argynvost is done, which I think he is, we will move to Dax.
All right, Dax is going to attack again. And that is... It's plus... Oh, advantage, that's right. 1 second. Come on. Hey, Papa, none of them will hit. 9, yeah. None will hit.
You could add the blessing to the 13, maybe.
Blessing, that's plus 3, right?
D4.
Well, an 18 didn't hit.
Yeah,
never
still
mind.
doesn't hit.
Still doesn't hit.
So yeah, can I? Since I'm not gonna, can I see anything that's in the belly? The little cage. Is there anything that I can make out?
It seems to be like there's like one or
Okay.
two more humanoid like creatures. They seem to be like ghouls or undead that are being used as fuel in this weakened state of Orcus, right? As he's almost like consuming them for sustenance or life force. Is there something you want to do with
Got
that?
it. No, I mean, there's not much I can do. So I throw my daggers, but just miss.
Okay.
And I will. I'm going to dash towards Quake.
All right. Dashing towards Quake.
So
Okay.
I'm kind of in front of him.
Yep. So you make it to him. Standing over Quake.
And that's all I do.
Okay. Oh shoot. So Argynvost, I did 2 Finger of Deaths on him with the Orcus, the magic wand, and I rolled those 8s. He took half damage to both of those, but on each of those he should have taken plus 30. So that would be 60 on each one, an extra. So just give him another 30 to catch. I never even added the bonus. I just was rolling the dice.
Wait, to who?
To Argynvost. He time stopped and he hit Argynvost with
okay.
2 Finger of Death, so using the wand of Orcus, and it was 78s. They're back to back, but I never added the modifier, which is a plus 30 to that. So if I did it twice, and he took half on both those, then he was still only taking 30, right? So it would just be 1 hit of 30 that he's going to take right now to make it fair. Not much, but it's still there. I forgot about it. Okay, on Orcus's turn, Kador still hasn't moved. He will point the wand of Orcus. The eyes glow green. Kador, I need another Constitution saving throw.
So, because Crius has Sentinel and Kador is there, is that something he can do to take the place of Kador?
If I attack someone, if even on a ranged spell attack, then you can make an attack. Just just remind me Sentinel's ability.
Let's see.
When
a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other
It
than
just
you.
says attack.
Just as attack, then
This
yes,
is attack.
absolutely. You can take Sentinel.
Okay.
By the way,
So,
Gator's not here.
Oh, did we lose him, or is he just out? He's like stepped away for a second. Okay.
Yeah.
you stepped away.
No, he's got that. He's being a good dude.
So, what do you want me to make?
So Sentinel, you get to make an attack, right? So Sentinel, it stops me from making my attack, right? Does it stop me from?
No, just because you hit someone else.
No.
Okay, I got it. So then you just go ahead and give me you get an attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack.
Tanking move.
21 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's 9 more damage.
9 more. He's starting to weaken up. All right. So Kador, suddenly a fiery rage comes over the Great Orcus as he flourishes up, necrotic energy rolling over him like a purple smoke. As he is starting to feel a bit like his old self. His glass as his wings sprout. He lifts off of the ground. That's all for Flare. He probably will fly up on his turn, so I'll give the opportunity attacks on his next turn. But right now he's literally just standing there. He's just using his turn to make an attack with the Wand of Orcus towards Kador. So Kador need a Constitution saving throw.
So.
I can tell you have seen much death in your time. I will recruit you to march for me. What you got, Kador?
You didn't hear? 22.
22? Okay, so you pass, you're going to take half. So it is a Finger of Death spell. It's 56 necrotic, but because you're standing in that, it's it's 112 necrotic, so it's 56. Does that put you down?
Oh yeah, totally.
So it's just like a zap. It just and you just seize up, and you almost just feel like it's almost like your ghost almost leaves your body. You just see Kador just collapse to the ground. Yes, they're not that strong. I can do this. Yes. Powers of the Abyss, come forth! Orcus is done. That's his only move there. He is still weakened. Kador's down. Kador's time for you to make a death save.
At the legendary action, Argynvost smacks him.
Yep, they're still in combat. Yep.
Another natural one.
Oh no! So this time Orcus wraps his tail in as Argynvost tries to whip. He wraps it in his his whip, and he pulls Argynvost, who kind of staggers and has to flap to hold himself in the sky and kind of glide along. Kind of chuckles. And Argynvost has made his attack. The skeletons continue to climb up the castle, move into the third round of the game. At this point, the Raven Queen is now, she moves up with, she needs she needs another somewhere between 15 and 25 seconds to kind of pull this all together. Things are happening so fast. The creatures are starting to get closer to the top. Crius, you are up.
Datura.
So.
Oh, Datura. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Datura.
Yep. It's just because you guys are still flipped on mine, so yep.
Your time is running short, Demon Lord.
As the shadow once more takes 2 strikes with the rapier. That's 24.
That's gonna hit
for the first strike.
Yep.
That's 11 piercing.
All right.
Second strike is a 26.
Oh God!
For 12 piercing.
So where do you imagine, you're
shadow...
cutting into him? Like, where are you placing these stabs? 'Cause I know the shadow can kind of dance pretty quickly. So. Yeah.
At this height, I want to say the shadow, using its movement, floated up into his face.
It's probably like in the middle of it. Yep.
It is very much stabbing in his face. Like those 2 strikes were to carve up the face of the Demon Lord.
Okay. Got it. Take it.
So it is very much up in his business.
But yeah, and it's like some of it's slashing his skin, some of it's hitting some of the bone jutting out of his flesh. All right. If he is done, then the camera kind of pans and moves down as we find Crius there still, because of course I have him flying, but he is, this is all happening very quickly, but he's like starting to flap his wings, so in all intents and purposes he is still within striking distance of you, because he did not really move on his last turn, so you are within striking distance, Crius.
Yep, so Crius is gonna, from where he is, he's just basically gonna roll.
He's just barely hovering off the ground, right? He's just doing that hover thing.
So he's going to move towards Kador, and he's going to cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Oh. Wow. So as you all see this vampire, like giving life force to Kador, I don't know what thoughts run.
21.
He gets funny side eye from Datura.
Nice.
And he sees it and he just kind of like nods.
Paladin opens his eyes and there's a vampire smiling at him.
Get up. You've got to finish it.
And that'll be it.
Okay. Okay. How much life did you give him back?
21.
21. Okay. All right, we will move to actually as you so Orcus actually gets an opportunity to attack because you moved away to go help. So he will make a whip strike onto. So that's going to hit Crius, and it is going to be the whip 3d8. So 22 piercing damage, and you will take 9 poison damage. I don't know if you can be poisoned as a vampire, but no. So then you just take the piercing damage, which is probably halved, or so that was his. And as you moved away, Orcus will legendary action and impose. He's going to impose that same thing he did on where Calden is at, but he's going to put it right over Elri, Daxmus, and Benji, so they're all vulnerable to just seeping death all in that area. He's done. That's a legendary action that takes 2 legendary actions in one. So he's used up a lot of his, but he puts, so it's pretty much all in that area right there. It is now Lobin's turn. And he's pretty weak, but yeah, he sees. If I am going to the abyss, I am taking souls with me.
So my turn?
Yes, your turn, Lobin.
Okay. Lobin yells out, "Get out of there!" As he continues to wing his dagger at him.
Nice. Yeah, and you can see like the seeping, like weird black smoke within that area coming up. He looks at the Raven Queen as she's praying. Which of them do you love the most?
Another natural 1.
Oh God!
What the fuck?
You're either like natural 1ing or like 26ing. Like it's. That's all I've heard.
Yes.
This game. I've either heard like nat 1 or 28. I'm like, what? I know I gave +1 weapons, but jeez.
You're small, man.
Yeah, with those that blast. Oh my gosh. I almost had Orcus dispel on the last turn to just get rid of the blast. So I was like, God, I just need to.
That is 16 force damage.
Yeah.
And you can see that Lobin's actually like panicked, seeing as Kador has fallen to this, and
24. You said
put on 16
16
force damage. Yeah. So he's yelling for his comrades to get out of there before they fall as well.
Orcus
Your
is now.
faith, brother.
Orcus looks visibly weak. He doesn't look pain. It's not like his sides hurt, but he just, even though he's turning into his self, it's like he can't seem to get the momentum he needs. And as he's being beaten back, he's losing it as quickly as he's getting it. And with Argynvost constantly on his back, it's not helping. And so you guys do feel the momentum of knowing that you almost got him.
And as a bonus action, Lobin casts a spell as he enchants his blade.
As Lobin enchants his blade, Orcus will fire.
He is casting Banishing Strike.
Oh.
Banishing Smite.
And I need to make a save on that, right?
No, it's for the next time he strikes.
For the next time I strike, which I'm going to strike with a legendary action. So would it take effect when I strike with the legendary?
No, it's when I strike.
Oh, next time you strike. Okay, got it. So you're channeling it to cast that. So then striking Daxmus with a chill touch, a taste of undeath. As I do that. So I hit Dax. I know I did. Just trust me. And because he rolled a 17 even before his modifier. So I rolled.
Be gentle. Be gentle.
So 25 necrotic damage, but you take 50 because you're in that state.
Wow, that almost was an automatic death.
So this
By
blast
one.
runs through you, and Daxmus for a second, because you guys told me that you and Lobin used to run missions down in the underworld, so you start to see these black smoky hands clawing at your feet, starting to like almost like they're like you feel like you're being pulled down into the ground. Orcus has used up his legendary actions, and we move from so that whoever is next in that is Lobin had just gone. It is now Quake's turn. Orcus is weak, but he also's got some fight left. You realize that he can take people with him, and he is trying.
I rolled 25 for the saving throw.
Okay, that's your second one, right? So you're fighting through it.
You
There's a wheel
25 on a
survive.
death save?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't roll 25 on this. So it'd be so what did you roll? What did you roll on the actual die?
I rolled a 18 plus the.
Okay, so you don't
it
add
doesn't
anything to a
count the
death save.
lesser.
No. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Oh,
You
okay.
threw it. Yeah. Death save is just a natural D20 roll with no modifiers. But you're good. You still got
okay.
it.
So, okay. Nice.
Good stuff. As we move from Quake to Elri, she's been hitting crazy with those arrows. So
Can she tell that she's under some sort of like presence
She
and where
heard-
it ends? Can she like move out of
I
that
yelled
place?
to get out of the
Yeah.
way, so
So she'd have to, so she can move out of it, like over by Datura or like anywhere outside of a 10-foot radius. It's pretty much you can see the creeping black fog on the ground. So yeah, she can easily move out of it. Is there any particular place she
I
wants
want
herself?
to.
She wants to be like over here by Datura.
I
She doesn't wanna
prefer
be-
not to like clump together. I want to
Okay.
be kind of further away from anybody else so that
Okay.
we're not easily grouped.
Well, I just moved you about 5 feet outside
And then
of it.
she'll, I'm gonna use a bonus action, like a smarty pants, to use Hunter's Mark, which I should have been doing this whole time.
He will be Hunter's marked. It is. I put it on his
Woohoo.
wing up there. Okay.
And I'm gonna take a shot. Does an 18 hit?
That does not do it.
Did you bless?
Did you blast?
That
Did you add the
strike?
extra? Did you add the
I
extra?
didn't. I didn't.
Okay, 18.
What about a 19?
That will not do it. Close, but no prize. No prize
Dang
there.
it. Okay.
So that
Write
first
that down.
arrow flies down and is a miss.
Okay. That's a natural 20
Oh, there it is.
for the second shot. There it is. That's how it's supposed to go. So that's 10 points plus for Hunter's Mark 3 points.
Okay. Hunter's Mark.
Boom, the end.
Okay. We'll take it. All right. So those the damage you gave me, he lands, whittling away. He's still like in the red. He's flashing, but holding on. Let's see here as we move from Elri to Argynvost. This could be big.
So, has Orcus jumped into the air now?
Not until his turn. He hasn't moved yet. Like,
Okay.
technically, like, if Argynvost was, I imagine if a dragon was fighting Orcus, there's no way they could stand in one place. But game-wise, they are not. I'm not giving, it's like you guys are just fighting in a ball of fury.
Right.
Taking shots and trying to keep up. But, yeah, so he didn't.
What I was suggesting was if he was up in the air, he would angle his breath attack straight up, so it would only hit Orcus.
So I imagine he still doesn't have that shot. Orcus hasn't left the ground just enough yet for him to get it off.
Okay.
Unless he just wants to pummel whoever's, he could. Here's the thing: he could reposition himself in that and shoot, back a different direction. And if, well, actually, I mean, technically, I shouldn't. Yeah, I'll say this since you guys can see the board the way I can sometimes. If he was a reposition without
Right in front,
then breath weapon, I can give him that because before Crius was still in the blast, but now it's just Orcus and him.
Right.
So yeah, he could do that.
So yeah, he was looking for that breath attack again. So
Sure.
he would
I'll
circle
give it to him.
around.
Okay. So I need to make a save.
Yeah.
Is it a con save for that?
It is a con save.
So Orcus is going. I rolled an 18 before he adds anything to it. 26.
Dude, he's
Oh no,
Yeah,
sorry.
that-
It'd be a plus 15 to that. So I'm sorry, that to the save. Yeah, so he saves, but I'm still take half, I guess.
77, so half of that.
Yep, resistant, and it's cold. So half of 77 is what 30. 76, half of 66. So 35 would be 70, so 30. And then he takes half of that. Geez, I feel like I have to do math here. Okay. So it'll be 37. So, somebody do the
38?
If he does 38. Yeah, I'll do 38.
Because that rounded down, so that's set. Yeah.
Yeah. So then 15. Okay, so then it'll really be 19 because he's resistant to cold. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's still every little bit is hurting as the blast hits Orcus, and I think Argynvost is starting to realizes that now that he's his temperature is like every time he hits him with that cone of cold, Orcus like rises, keeps his temperature up, so he takes less of it, even though he's blasting into him.
Right.
He realizes
he drops down to eye level as he growls.
Orcus is steam pouring out of his skull nose. He almost starts to sound like the demon he is. He sometimes even squeaks like a demonic pig. If he's done, then we move from Argynvost to Dax. Dax, who almost died last turn, still standing.
No, I'm down.
Oh, you are down.
Not dead.
Oh, you're down. Got it. I didn't even know.
would have been fully dead.
Oh, I thought you had a little bit of hit points.
Dead.
You're down. Okay, got it.
No.
Oh my gosh, this is
all right. So let me roll here.
He's mostly dead.
Right, come on.
He's mostly dead.
Come on,
But all
baby.
dead. All there's only one thing to do.
Need you our healer, Crius.
Orcus is weak. This is
How
tough.
far
Oh
is he?
no!
Oh no!
I got an 8.
Oh, that's one fail.
So that's one fail.
Pull through, my children. I have given you everything.
Yeah,
Say that again.
Yeah. No. I just those hands are crawling up my leg a little bit higher.
I mean, now I think they're starting to like kind of crawl over your face and like grab onto you.
No, get off me! No.
Yeah, as that is happening, Orcus is trying to push Argynvost away, and Argynvost he's very smart. He kind of knows. He looks around. He sees Quake down. He sees Bidgie down, and he realizes that he's strength in numbers. He has to keep them down. He has to continue to choose the champions that will give him the best shot at breaking the Raven Queen's spell. And so he looks, eyeing between Datura and Loban. He looks at Datura, raises the wand, pushing Argynvost's neck back away from his throat. Argynvost's steam still kind of crystallizing the side of his face. I need a Constitution saving throw from, of course, it is a spell, so you get advantage, but Constitution saving throw for Datura.
He can do that.
Actually, let me make sure I'm using the right. I think it's a save. Hold on. Actually, power. No, it's actually not a save. I have not looked at your character sheet, so I do not know. Orcus is just... He utters a word in Abyssal. Does anyone speak Abyssal? No? Anyone?
Nah, me.
I do.
So you hear him say, die. It's power word kill. He's using it from the wand. Are you under 100 hit points?
Well, automatically, yeah. I don't think anyone has higher HP than me.
Okay. So, as he does this, the Raven Queen tries to... She pulls off her ability and kind of like tries to counter Orcus, and the magic clashes. And because of that clash, you get a saving throw. That's just going to be Orcus's basic... This isn't out of the norm, because he's uttering power word kill, which is just automatic death. The Raven Queen is trying to save you here, so you get one save, but you just got to beat Orcus's DC 18 to survive it.
What save was that?
It's a.
Can I just use the con save I rolled?
You can use the con. You can use the con save roll.
Okay, that was a dirty.
It is
20.
literally just uttering. He's just uttering die and trying to make it take effect.
Yeah, it's a dirty 20.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So because she's able to deflect and give you that opportunity, instead of it, you have to take the full. Instead, you will take Finger of Death, and he's running out of charges on his. So you can still have it because you passed. So give me 1 second.
And I'm resistant to necrotic damage.
This one will not give you that. I'm not going to give it to you only because I'm transferring. I did power word kill. It should have killed you. So he's going to just give you this. But you can still have it. So that's the. So 54. So you only take, if you did half, then you go, what is that? 27?
It's 27, yeah.
27 necrotic damage.
All right.
Foul witch, do not intercept my spells. And as he waves his wand at, for that price that was paid to save Datura, the Raven Queen loses one of the rounds that she was getting closer to casting her spell. So the trade-off is that she's still 3 away from getting that. So she needs you guys to just utterly finish him. As Orcus is finishing up, it is Kador's turn.
Another tail attack from Argynvost, as he does not appreciate getting pushed.
All right, I'll take it. Go for it.
That is a dirty 20.
That will. Jeez, you guys are dirty 20. Oh, it's a dirty 20. Yeah, go ahead.
He rolled a 3, by the way.
Yeah, so he's just like barely hitting. That's the great thing about big bad bosses. You just hardly ever miss. Like if I need to literally roll a 1 to miss anybody on any attack with Orcus almost. You know.
If you roll a 1, like Loban still would get hit.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
I think
messed up part.
certain people would still just get like pummeled. Yeah.
And 17 bludgeoning.
All right, take that. All right. So he's starting to slam and claw and tooth into Orcus, and Orcus does actually rise this time. So as he moves off the ground after doing that power word kill, both himself and Argynvost are kind of matched in the sky, twirling. Was there anyone fighting him? Anyone? Kador, I know it's your turn, but it was his turn to move, so that's actually. So it's about to be your turn, but I'm going back to his turn, saying that he would have moved on his turn because he would have flown up.
I see what you're saying. I see.
Yeah, so I'm not sorry. I'm not.
The shadow was.
Oh, I know.
So the shadow can make a
opportunity attack.
To make an opportunity attack. Yeah, I'll give the shadow. And then Kador, and then we're on Kador.
Sure. Okay.
That's a miss.
Okay, so shadow misses. Camera pans down. Kador, you're standing next to Crius, who just put you on your feet. You're feeling a bit weak, but I don't know if you've got smite left or what you got left, but yeah.
He how high is it? I mean, I can't hit him, can I?
He moved. Oh yeah, you don't have it. Yeah, he moved about. I imagine that he's moved about 30 feet off the ground. Him and Argynvost.
Oh yeah, there's no way. Yeah, I can't do anything. Got nothing. I got 2 spell slots left. I mean,
Do you have your healing pool?
Or spiritual weapon.
Is spiritual weapon?
It's gone because I lose all my
went down,
level
right?
of spell slots, and I went down because I lost concentration. Or not? It's not concentration, but it's still. I would imagine, guys, it would go away if I went down, even though it's not concentration. Am I correct?
Yeah, it would still go down.
So it's gone. So that's okay. I will.
Here's what to make it exciting, what I'll tell you can do. You won't be able to attack this turn. As they're lifting off to the ground, you do see a point where Argynvost's tail touches the ground. You can pretty much use Argynvost's tail like a rope and jump onto Argynvost and start to climb up, so that on your if he's still alive on your next attack, you could do that. That's just something I'm putting out there. Other than that, I don't know what else.
No, I understand. Would that be an action?
It would take your whole action to kind of run over there and climb. Oh, if you can.
Yeah.
Your healing takes an action, right? So then you would just get.
Yeah. Healing pool, yes.
So I went
on hands rather.
I think you'd have to be willing to risk it all and not heal yourself.
Yeah.
I think you should. It's either play it safe or go all in. Not both.
Yeah, exactly. I have cool. Kador, he's livid. He looks up there. He looks at the wild eye that the vampire just put him up, and stubbornly he just accepts the position we're currently in, and you see him like his body light up as he heals himself. So
nice.
Yeah.
As he starts to heal, is he done?
Yeah, because I can't do anything else, can I? I can't. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, yeah. So then, as Kador heals, there begins to be this kind of clattering of hissing as you start to realize as those skeletons and ghouls and such start to swarm the edge, crawling up the side of the castle, pouring in like a swarm across the sides of the board, just literally climbing over the side of the castle to anyone that they can get to. There are 4 swarms of these skeletal figures, and you notice some of them look familiar. Some of them look like Valachian. Some of them look like undead, recently deceased Vistani, and there they are, all clawing away at you. Orcus begins to chuckle. "Come, my children. as everyone will take, they're pretty weak, but everyone will take a slashing attack from them. So pretty much everyone counts as locked in. None of them are attacking the downed characters though right now. So anyone, because they all came up on this side. So this one's for Crius. Nat 1, not going to do anything. This one is for Kador. That was a 16. I don't think that hits you, right, Kador? This one is for Lobin. That's 13.
13 doesn't hit.
So yeah, so they hit you, and then you're gonna take.
Oh, you said 13 doesn't hit.
No, I rolled a 13 before I added my modifier. So 13, 14, 13,
Yeah.
18. So that would hit him. So it will be. So it's gonna be. It's not a lot of damage though. 8 slashing damage to Lobin. To Datura, it's gonna miss. To Ellery, it's gonna miss. And that's it. Top of the round. This could be it. Don't know. Datura, you are up as Orcus replenishes his legendary actions. Top of turn 4.
The shadow will rise back up and strike at Orcus's throat.
Okay. Give me the attack.
The first one, 27 to hit.
That hits.
That's 11 piercing. And then he whips around once more. That second one's a miss.
The second one's miss. Okay. So cutting into Orcus, as you slam into, you cut like the one of the blade, the one that hits, it slams into the wand of Orcus and splits the skull, and it does a bunch of energy escapes. And as it does, it causes a blast of necrotic energy to leave, and you feel a bunch of energy being sapped away from Orcus, rushing out of him very quickly. Yeah, he takes it. Is that it for you?
Your toy has been broken, demon.
He kind of looks at it like he's still
Enjoy
got
the ride back to the abyss.
He will turn and chill touch Kador as a legendary action. It will hit. I rolled a 19, so it's going to hit you.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
So I think you're no longer standing in the space because it only lasts till his next turn. So this is just regular because it's now over there.
Okay.
So 7. Jeez. It's 30 necrotic damage.
Okay, I'm still up.
Okay. And
Thank
actually, I've got one more D4 to roll. One more D8. I'm sorry, because I keep forgetting because he cast it at 17,
yeah.
which means that it's 4D8 plus 1. So I need to roll one more.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right. So it's just another 3. So 3 more, and then he's done with that.
Yeah.
Moving on. He's super weak. Argynvost is latched on his back. He's tumbling about. We move to Lobin. Or am I right? No, I'm sorry.
No.
Crius?
Crius. then
Crius,
Lobin.
Datura, then me.
Well, Datura's already gone, right? So
So it's Crius now.
Oh yeah, so
It's Crius
Crius
now.
and
Datura,
then
Crius,
then-
Loban.
Yeah.
Yep. Crius is gone, so Crius, you're up.
So just for flavor, he can climb up using Argynvost or no?
I'll allow you to take the same opportunity, but it will be because it's difficult terrain to climb up Argynvost and to get to the point where you can strike Orcus. It will be like dashing. You'll take your full turn. So if he's alive next turn, then you can attack. So you at this point,
What
I
about
don't
to
know if
cast
that's
something? So if I could climb and cast something, would that?
he's difficult terrain. So tell me what you're trying to do, because I don't want to rule it without. I want to be very fair and know what you're trying to do.
See if he could just jump, grapple, onto any part of Orcus and cast silence.
Okay. Seeing as he could do that from standing where he's at, right? Then you're just kind of adding it for flair. Because you wouldn't need to do that to cast silence.
If he's not too far off the ground, then yeah. So he would just move in close that way. Yeah.
Because what's the range on silence?
It is
30 feet, right?
Yeah, so it's about 30 feet. So yeah, so you start to you're like right on you run
120.
over, and you were able to just grab on the Argynvost tip of his tail, and as you're lifting off the ground, you're able to cast silence. I have to make a save, right?
No, it just happens.
Oh, it just happens.
Just
So
happens.
And then what does that give me specs so I know what I can and can't do? Does it just keep me from?
No sounds. You cannot give any directions. You cannot use any spells that use vocal. You can't hear anything.
Also, everyone in the silence field takes no thunder damage.
Okay.
Well, that'll keep him quiet.
It's a very fun spell.
It is. It works excellently against rocks.
So, but if you don't need, okay, so if you don't need material components to cast, if your spells are innate, do you then need to speak to cast them? I wonder. That's a good question. Okay.
That would be a DM ruling because it's
Yeah,
how
that's
does you
interesting.
cast it?
Okay, so the silence hits Orcus, and it throws him off as he suddenly realizes, as he's being kind of muted in this moment. And I'm gonna let it stand. I'll just have to read. Let's see. Let me read this spell. Do I need anything? Vocal, casting spell, voice, somatic. Okay. Then he will legendary. He will use his legendary action as he's being silenced. Is it a concentration spell or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. He will use his legendary action to whip at Crius to knock him off of Argynvost. And that's 18 before I add 16 to it. So he whips into Crius and delivers 3d8 plus 8. So 21 magical, of course, bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
Crius, give me a strength save to hold on to, and you need to beat the natural roll that I rolled, which was a 16.
Damn, 15.
So you slip and you fall prone, landing on your back. With the damage, can you roll to? You don't take any damage from that, but just for flavor, and roll to see if you keep the concentration on the silence. We then move to Lobin after this.
Where is it?
All right. Did you keep it or did you lose it? Did you?
No, I lost it.
Okay. So silence drops. Lobin,
Yeah.
you're up.
This is either going to be really good or really bad. Lobin with his dagger, the one that was bestowed upon by the Raven Queen, it's flaring up with this dark spectral magic around the blade.
Mm-hmm.
And he sees Orcus and Argynvost in the air fighting, and he's trying to get a good shot as he sees the opportunity and throws the blade.
Throws the blade.
dirty 20.
That'll hit.
That is going to be 13 damage.
Okay.
One necrotic and 1 necrotic and 12 piercing, and then as the blade jams into him, this magic erupts, banishing smite, dealing 5d10 force damage.
All right.
$13 force damage. On top of that.
Okay.
And based on what you say about this, because if the target is $50 hit points or fewer, I banish the target. If the target is a native to a different plane of existence than the one you're on, the target disappears, returning to its home plane. If the target is native to the plane you're on, the creature vanishes into a harmless demi-plane. While there, the target is incapacitated. It remains there until the spell ends, at which point the target reappears in the space it left or the nearest unoccupied space, if that space is occupied.
Okay. Lobin, describe for me in detail how you banish Orcus to the abyss.
As I see the blade hit him and that dark energy start to surround him, I say, "Foul demon, return to where you came."
Impossible. No! And as he tries to resist, trying to push back with everything he has from the wand, Argynvost is there to clutch the wand, and where the cut that Lobin put in it shatters the skull, and then Argynvost grabs the other hand. You're forced. The banish rolls over him as the Raven Queen's power begins to come around and like cocoon Argynvost into like a magical jail cell, and you have the final say. As how does it see as he goes up or disappears?
Lobin, his legs actually shake as this entire time he's been so dedicated to the Raven Queen, to fighting against Orcus, going to the abyss with Dags. He cannot believe what he's done. He almost collapses as he holds himself. He was on the edge of death. He did it.
All of the skeletal
actually
creatures
did it.
start to fall away, like peeling back the others that were climbing the tower. All the undead begin to fall off and peel off, and if you had like a long shot away from the castle, the silhouette, they would all just be like tumbling off of the rock into the dark ocean below. Some of them hitting, smashing into the rock, turning into, some of them turning into mush, some of them breaking off into bone. The Raven Queen is able to come down, and there is a moment. She stands before you all now. Orcus' power is no more. Argynvost lands. And I turn it over to you all for just first feelings and just kind of everything coming down from the fight.
Datura actually rushes over and hugs Loben and pulls him up to his feet in a big bear hug of a grasp.
See, brother, you kept faith. When we have done this, you have done this.
A seconds counter. There are those of you
Never.
that are still down, correct?
Kador
Yeah.
looks down and immediately looks around and sees those who have fallen, and then goes over because he still has some healing points, and
Healing
he
points.
brings them back in.
Crius too.
Never did I lose faith, brother. And Loban looks like he is in an immense amount of pain from casting that spell.
Sorry, Orcus is gone now. Take that away. Sorry. So sorry. Will you say that one more time, Loban?
Loban looks like he's in intense pain from casting that spell and coming off of that in the intensity of what has just occurred. Never did I lose faith, brother. And Loban tries to look for where Dax is. And if he sees them, he would give him a resounding nod.
To bring it back?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
He and
All right,
Crius made
just
sure
making
everyone's
sure.
up.
And so here, you son of a bitch! You did it. I guess I owe you one. Nice work.
You too.
As I pick up the mirror, and it starts to the cracks sort of form back into one.
Kador looks a little bit, nods. There's a slight smile. Well done. And then he looks at his companions and tells them all that never before in the battles that I fought have I seen anyone fight so valiantly. Then he turns and he looks over at Crius, and that includes you.
Like I said, there was something much bigger. And he places his sword in the ground, just, and he just looks at you all and he goes, "Here I am, if this is what you truly wish."
Fought well, Crius. And for that, I'm willing to give you 2 options. If Our Lady wants it. And if you you of your affliction and return you from whence you came. But the other option is the same as before. Regardless of your valor, we cannot allow a vampire to live. I do hope you'll choose the former.
What is Datura
And
offering?
he just kind of,
Datura basically is asking Crius to repent and ask of the Raven Queen to cure his vampirism and send him back to Eberron. And if he doesn't take that offer, then Datura will do his duty and continue the fight with Crius. But he is offering a way out that he never would have before.
I leave that to
This
Crius to
offer-
decide.
if she sends me back, then I do have one thing and only one wish. She sends me back to my wife and children. If she can do it.
He turns to the Raven Queen and does a bow.
My lady, I hope I'm not asking too much in proffering this boon onto Crius. He has fought well, and he obviously repents of his crimes. Will you not cure him and send him back?
She does not respond to Datura, but she asks a question in Crius' mind. Hopefully it even makes sense to him. So Crius, do you see that? So she just kind of turns from Datura, and her like kind of porcelain face, those dark pitted eyes look towards Crius. She looms over him. Her ravens come moving in her garments, some of them flocking to her shoulders. I will grant.
He walks over to her and he just stands in front of her and just kind of nods and waits for her answer.
I will give you your wish. But you have a penance to pay.
How shall it be paid?
Feathers. Smite the vampire.
As my lady wills. Here.
He looks to the others to see if they'll allow him.
Loben slowly nods as it is hard for him to move.
Fedora, it's difficult after he was raised, brought back by this vampire. He was honored to fight alongside him, but he would follow the Raven. Bows to her and then looks at
Fedora, you're very low. Maybe, I don't know if it's a mic thing or kind of.
sorry,
I don't know if it's just
yeah,
me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, so sorry about that. And so he tells the Raven Queen, as difficult as this is, he must accept her will. And he bows and then looks at Datura and nods and gives him the go.
So Datura kind of gets Loben's arm off his shoulder and kind of like steadies him. And then he will walk over to Crius and he will get on his knees in front of him, pull out a dagger, grasp Crius' shoulder.
May you find peace.
And plunges the dagger into his heart, kneeling in front of him, eye to eye with his helmet off.
As the dagger goes in, the Raven Queen touches Datura's shoulder and channels all of her energy directly through into Crius as he just begins to feel all the shadow, but so much necrotic force that it is, too much to overcome at once. As his back begins to kind of peel away into ashes, and he begins to feel himself drifting. And she hears him say, "I'm going to give you this." But because of the question that she asked him, and because of your answer, like she said, your penance must be paid. And so this is the beginning of it. Are there any last words for Crius as he begins to kind of slowly fade away?
As he looks down at Datura, he just goes, "Facing a tempest of dust, I'll fight to the end."
And he, as he's gone, you guys sit on the rock. You can feel the castle slowly starts to kind of like crush and slam into the water, and it kind of comes to rest on a shore, and it starts to like dig its way, kind of sinking into the ground and establishing itself. It's quiet. Many of the towers, the main 3 steeples, have collapsed. You guys are on that. Now the one you're on is essentially now the highest one. The largest one has collapsed over. There are still many treasures throughout, but the Raven Queen starts to think. She goes, I've located the others, their bodies. Now that I'm here, I can make sure that they are burned, rendered asunder. You are all mighty. And she looks over at her armies, at her crews, and then she looks to Ellery. You did not ask for this. Where do you wish to go, child?
You said my friend is okay. You said that she is alive, and I was directly hired to get her home. I want you to take me to her.
She is celebrating now, this day. Time moves in different fashions, and I can take you to her. What is that where you'd like to go? To confirm.
Yes.
Quake, you are not one of my children, but here you stand. You did aid, did not fall. What is it that you want? Or do you...
Quake responds, I was given an offer to join the Feathers and possibly go on adventures and fight other evils, and I'd like to take them up on that offer.
Are you asking the Feathers or you're asking her to join their group, or are you... I leave that to my General Kador. Is he worthy?
We watched him for a while. There were moments where I was not sure, but the moment he was willing to face the Demon Lord, well, anyone who chooses to do that is worthy. Yes, my lady.
And Quake, hearing this, he takes his hand and he rubs off the cross that was drawn on him by Strahd, the blood, and he says, "Then I am with you all."
And as he says that, you are...
And
sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just as you're saying that, she's kind of walking, and her feathers, like her ravens, rush off of her and open almost like a portal in the black space. And then as it rushes over you, you're suddenly no longer on the castle. As you can also see, as she's waved her hand and she's like burning most of the remnants. All the bodies are kind of all being burned up, so that there's like no organic flesh matter left wherever that castle is. And as she crosses over, you all stand on a hillside outside of a small little town. And then you can hear music coming from the town, and you hear these little fireworks, like little poppings going on. She looks at Ellery and she goes, "Your friend is down there, just a short walk through." So it's just one little tiny village in the middle of the darkness of all the night under the stars. Your friend is down there. I don't know if the rest of you all, she looks at the rest of you, would fit in much, but you're welcome to take your leave. You've all earned a night off of the shadow, but I will be calling the Tura back, and eventually I will need you all, Lobin, Kador, even you, Dax. You get the feeling like she opens it up to you all to see what it is that you may be going to do from here on out, or what you may request of even her as the feathers.
Ellery's like visibly excited, probably for the first time you guys have ever seen. She wasn't just trying to get to her end goal. She knows it's right there. And this like trying to be very polite and patient, but really just wants to like turn and run.
She can dip off into the shadows. I mean, she is a gloomstalk.
Go on, Ellery. You've earned it.
Tura offers his hand.
She takes it.
Good doing business with you.
It was strange. I'm not sure if I would say it was a pleasure.
Kador looks at it.
But I'm happy to know you.
Sorry. Kador looks down at the Ori, and one of the few times he actually smiles again, and he says, "We could not have done that without you. Go well." And
She gives
that's
an
all.
overly dramatic salute.
He slightly chuckles.
And so does she, as she goes away? Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, she would turn and kind of walk backwards a little bit, and then turn and start walking, and then just running for it.
So as she dips off into the shadows, time goes on while they stay on the hill with the Raven Queen. But you see a shot of Ellery kind of pushing through the crowd, like along the streets of White Sparrow, as she sees towards the center of town her friend Eldith cheersing with another dwarf of long golden hair, knotted, and a dragonborn. They're all kind of drinking together. A priest who is abstaining in the corner, but maybe entertaining some children. Another fellow who seems to be off the side, who's painting constantly the entire festival. Anything else from the other feathers with the Raven Queen? Otherwise, I will continue to move on.
Just a smile from Lobin as he's looking out.
And Dax, I will enjoy this moment. But I fear my job isn't done. Orcus is back in the abyss, and I will. If you could help me in my quest, I must go to a prison in the Nine Hells. And following, I will then seek Orcus and his followers again in hopes of ridding that foul demon from existence.
And
I only ask for a small reprieve in the village, by the Lobin's village, before our next assignment. But then I and my blade stand ready for whatever we face next in your service, my queen.
And as you all turn,
All Datura wants is a long.
Yep, and as you turn to see your queen Nod looming over before you, there is just this little girl with their hair kind of pulled up and a little weird. She's got like really raggedy black clothes and her a smear of black on her eyes and her big brown eyes. And she goes, yeah. Take the night off, Dax. All of you, take the night off. And she bursts into a bunch of feathers. And as she does that, we kind of pan up towards the stars. And as we come down, we're in another city by the water. Nylas, you walked out of some days ago, you left the mist and came into the light of day. Where do you go? What happened over that past few days, and where did we find you now?
Well, if it's been a few days, then Nylas has made his way back to Baldur's Keep or Baldur's Gate, just reestablishing contacts from his normal merchant alias, and then he makes his way to Candlekeep to see if he can find some employment and continue his arcane research.
Yeah, and so we see him. He's kind of collected more books and tomes to read. He's now back in his looks good, dressing good. No longer has the bone wings sticking out of his back. For a moment, he probably thinks about his old buddy, Elin. And it's nighttime now under the Baldur Gate sky. Maybe he's in one of the areas where libraries are and stuff as he walks through the streets. And then he hears Melchizedek. You know we're not done yet. We've got a lot of elves to kill.
Sure. But let's take some time to enjoy ourselves too. I've been thinking of picking up sailing as a hobby.
That's fine. Ever since you went to that Shadowfell, and you're starting to get too independent, making me think maybe I should find someone else to do my bidding. But you'll still always be under my thumb, Nylas. Don't get too testy.
Yes, my lord.
And as he walks off down the street, we fade up. And outside of Baldur's Gate, there's a bit of mist lingering over some of the surrounding woods. As we push through those woods, we find ourselves on the shores where the rock of Ravenloft stood. And down by that shore, and there's nothing but muddy ground, there is a coffin. A raggedy wooden coffin. And there we see Crius sitting on the shores. The castle is gone, and he realizes that he's having this dream. He doesn't know if it's dream or reality right before he comes to, but he sees his children and his wife being resurrected. And right as he wakes up out of the dream, he's sitting on the shores, and there's a mist on that Zarvich lake. He realizes he'll see him again, but he's got many years to pay a price. And almost like a snow globe, as we kind of pull back, the Raven Queen has imprisoned him in Barovia. It is his cell for this time. There are no people. There are no Valachians. It is his land. It is in one way what he asked for. He is the king. As the song says, he is the king of his own land, facing the tempests of dust. He will fight until he's fought until the end. Creatures of his dreams raised up to dance with him. Now and forever, he is king. Is there anything he'd share in his final thoughts in Barovia?
I think his last thought would be that wondering where Elin went.
And as he looks off, we see a man, a body, floating in the very shallow waters of a shore. Looks mostly dead until several people on the beach rush over, commoners, drag him out, get him, help him. They pull him through, and you see that they turn him over, his stringy black hair all in his face, a very pale half elf washed up on the shores, and maybe 50 yards behind him is a little bar tavern on the shore. And they're kind of like, hey buddy, they're kind of pushing on his chest. Suddenly Elin coughs and comes to. My brother, it's a miracle you're alive. You're alive. Hey, what happened to you? You're in the salt marsh.
Lost.
Did your ship sink?
I think so. I think the rest of them were lost, but thanks for pulling me out. So this is the salt marsh.
Yes. Look, this is my friend's tavern, and then they kind of show you that there's this kind of tavern on the beach. It is the same one that Einar sang at before the Raven Queen came to get him. It has magical spell lights that gives it a tropical vibe, even though it is a magical presence that provides that, even though it's in a very dreary fisherman's town. So it feels tropical, though it is really not. They bring you to a place. Hey, get this man a beer. Get him some tea, some soup. They sit you down there. The place is closed. It's right there on the beach. So you're sitting. Elin is sitting there by himself, all alone. And he goes, well, there's always a special thing when the mother of the sea, allows a man to survive. Do you plan to go back out to it? Does she still call to you?
The only place I belong.
It's good to hear, because there's a new job going out. And I said I didn't even put his name because I didn't really expect it, but Einar would know the gentleman who runs the jobs for the town, the dreaded man who has built back up his wealth. He has work for sailors, and it does look like Elin could go back out to the sea as early as the next week. Of course not right now, but as he's sitting there in this little fisherman's town, is there anything else that he thinks of or that he'd want to share, or he does as he kind of sits here? He somehow maybe
kind of pats down his belongings, like, well, don't have much, but I can pay for the soup.
Oh no, it's on me tonight. We'll get you some work, then you can pay me. How about that?
Let's do right. Can't wait to start.
So he smiles, and as he leaves you there to think on your own, we sit there watching Elin, who kind of defied it all. He, in one way or another, he defied Strahd. He defied the Raven Queen. He defied Orcus. And he sits alone, not celebrating, not drinking, but he's resolute. And
can I share?
Yeah, you can share anything you like.
Can I just share thoughts that, like?
Absolutely. Well, that's what I want to hear.
Here's another chance to start over. Don't have anything except myself, but it's a new day.
It is a new day. And so as he looks out to the water, the moon hovering over it, the water glistening a bit, somewhere in another town nearby, the other heroes are enjoying themselves. And as we kind of pan past them through the Adventurers Guild, through the window, we push towards the back of the wall, there are a bunch of portraits of heroes that have come and gone. And as we push, there are two that are right next to each other, Eldith and Elin. And we just kind of push in on their portraits, and they say, they say founding adventurers. We slowly fade to black on their faces. And end our adventure once and for all in Barovia. Thank you all for playing. That was excellent.
Nearly a year to the day.
You all.
This was quite a ride.
A few days back, my Snapchat memories popped up a year ago when we first walked into the Shadowfell.
Oh,
Wow.
All right, give me one. I have this to share, and can you guys
it's been
all? Yeah, it's been. Let's see. Can you all see my screen?
Mhm.
All right. Let me know if you can't hear music. Make sure I'm sharing music.
Hear it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, open that bottle.
Yep. So we did it.
hey, look, that room we didn't have to die in.
Man, you guys can totally talk during this. I just wanted to. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I think that was.
know.
I think that was Elvis. I think that was her first nat 20.
My first nat 20 on a death save.
I had my November stashed at that time too. It was great.
Nostalgia is overwhelming.
The song
You
still
see, you can
Really
see my
is.
big binder right there.
Yeah, dude. Nick had
Yeah,
no binder, bro.
The
Spells.
binder is epic.
Nick put me to
That was
shame.
great.
Like he was like, "Oh, so you want to be a DM? Here's my binder in week 2."
Hey,
Yeah.
hey guys, does anyone need spell? He has them all.
Oh,
Ugh. The song still gets me too.
Oh man.
Love
What's the
this
song?
It's Bon Iver's Holocene, and it's played by some string quartet. It's a violin version of it. It's really great.
Half.
Yep.
I like how many characters you had.
Right?
Right.
I put Aaron's last name Tiango, but that fight, man, that's probably one of the craziest fights I've ever.
Whatever happened to the horse?
Sure, they're werewolves.
All the animals were.
I think the wolf got him.
Can't believe we finished a campaign.
Right?
The first Baba Lasaga hut.
Traumatizing.
Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
Those little villages are so pretty.
Yeah.
Great.
That was one day we played in the mountains.
Oh, man.
Nice.
In the fine royal courts, and he silently promises to keep this tale alive as one of his favorites because it's one that he was there for, and just hoping that this portal goes to the material plane, and just a inner thankfulness to have been on this journey at all, and for Sypha's sacrifice. So just playing the dirge of the dark one.
Those last moments are really of Sypha. As I was turning, as I was being brought into the core, I turned around, was able to glance at the smirk, and I just give it a nod as I accept my fate, most likely. No.
19 will do it. Hit. All right.
We are the gods who hold dominion over the world. Givers of light. The stewards of the wilds. The guardians of the dead.
Just add.
Manipulate mortals. Create catastrophes. Send monsters to terrorize the land. Such are the whims of the gods. And I am Helion, the greatest of these. Yet something ominous gnaws at the edges of my world. Akros is home to fierce warriors, yet they struggle against hordes of minotaurs. In Meletus, the city of philosophers, oracles foresee disaster. And Satessa, a haven in the wilds, is terrorized by monsters like none have seen before. My world is filled with heroes, but none of them are strong enough to defeat the enemy hiding in plain sight among them. Yet, I know one who is. She does not wish to be a hero, but fate has other plans for her. Elspeth will save theirs from the usurper who would steal it from me. Darkness approaches, and she must become the hero she was meant to be.
All right. Well, that was my little teaser for Theros. Good stuff. Awesome. Thanks for playing, guys. That was awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh God.
Not gonna lie, I was tearing up from that. That was a beautiful,
beautiful.
Oh yeah.
send off.
I was fighting. I'm like simultaneously exhilarated and like mournful because like, oh, that was from my first game ever. And,
Yes. I was hoping. I was like, man, this is Einar's first. This is Josh's first game as Einar. It was so good. Yeah, so good, man. So that was.
God damn, it's freaky to think that I've been with you guys for like a year yet. It feels forever. Like I was only in like 2 in-person sessions before we went to quarantine.
Yeah.
Oh god damn, it's
Crazy.
freaky to see how much
I
passed.
played one game in person with adults, and that was the Eberron game with Colin, with Jason, and that was it. Then after that, everything was virtual.
Me and Eric lived in California once upon a time.
The Raven Queen asked, which I think when she asked Crius is, I asked him like on a scale of 10, but she was asking him, how steeped are you in innocent blood? Basically, like she was kind of reading his soul, and he told me far too much. So I was like, all right. So he has to spend a certain amount of time to get his redemption in Barovia. And because
I think it's crazy. He's literally the new Strahd.
He's the new Strahd.
Oh, yes, right.
Except he doesn't like have a kingdom.
He doesn't have a kingdom.
Everything else is gone.
Nothing there.
Just him.
So
hill.
Mel and I had talked, and he's just like, "What are some ideas?" I'm like, "Look, what about this idea?" I'm like, if we make it through, I'm like, what if he were to ask the Raven Queen, like, yes, he will give up his claim, to try and take the Shadowfell if she can promise to reunite him, right, with his family the moment that they died in the Moorland. So they're frozen in time, right? So that's where he wants to be. He's been trying to figure out a way to get back to them, to be frozen with them. And I'm like, if she can offer him that, he will take it. And it was just, when he asked that, I was just like,
that moment.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I was like, those. The other option was Argynvost just chucks him into the water.
Well, Argynvost got teleported away with Orcus, didn't he? They both got trapped and vanished.
Yeah.
Even Argynvost was too much for the Raven Queen to allow to make his own choice.
I imagine he might have gotten out of it as he was being banished, but like, yeah, he would have just left. Like, I imagine that the banish probably worked for him. It probably teleported him to a
harmless demiplane.
A harmless demiplane, and then it took Orcus all the way to
it does also say specifically the creature and the domain that they originate from. Yeah. So we don't know if that means that Argynvost was teleported back to Barovia or
that
to Material
power,
Plane, or
I gave Datura a slide on a heads up on the. I mean, I gave you a chance on that because you guys were fighting Orcus at what level? Even though you guys were pretty heavily buffed, you were still fighting him at what level 9. So he like that power word kill is essentially meant for like a level 17 player once you get him below 100.
Yeah, that's an auto death.
It's an auto death. You just die. There's no
Yeah,
But
if
then
he
at
had
that
done
point,
it a
somebody's
little
got
bit
resurrection.
earlier. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was also thinking if he had done it like maybe a turn sooner, then I would have been over 100 with the temporary.
What?
But it got knocked down by like one
Yeah.
attack.
How
Yeah, my health
points
is
do you have?
92. My normal cap is 92.
And
That's
I didn't
what
look,
I said.
so
Is
I
like
didn't know. I was like, I'm gonna try it, and I don't know if he's under 100, but I'm gonna try to kill one of them. And
and that's only because I took
Jeez.
tough. I'm pretty sure I have the hot. Like I'm the only one even in the party even close to 100.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm in the 60s.
yeah.
So
So
50.
he would have killed anyone
Yeah.
else. So, and the funny thing about it, he is overly like I was treating him as being, but he's way overpowered with his wand of Orcus because he got 7 charges, so he can continue to cast. He can cast Finger of Death, Circle of Death, and I think it costs 2 charges to do the word kill, but it's still power word kill 3 times. So he could be like die.
It's just instant deaths.
It's like die.
God.
Man,
That was fun.
I am still over the moon with that.
Just everything. The entire ending had me just.
Yeah.
And then Theros. I'm like over the moon about Theros.
We got something new in the
Yeah, we're gonna have
horizon.
to team up and do like character creation again, and the gods. I'm so excited.
Not gonna lie, when
Malcolm, let
I
me
first-
know.
freaking first saw the trailer, I'm like, wait a second, of course the freaking big buff dude's fucking Zeus, and then it just shows there. I was like, oh, okay, this is the Greek mythos inspired one. Oh, I get it.
It's gonna be lit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy. Because it's definitely gonna be the goal.
Or
Even like I don't have like I'll tell you this, like I don't. It's gonna be more like I'm going to be probably gonna be pulling inspiration for adventures similar to the way I used to. Is like create an adventure. It'll feel like a one shot, but it'll be so for those of you who are playing in a campaign, they won't be forced where I used to try to like bring them all to a close, but it might be like you might be on an adventure for 3 episodes, right? But then you might have downtime between adventures to go to towns or cities or whatever, or run another DM's adventure if you wanted to. But then so yeah, I'm still working that all out, but it should be fun. Yeah, it should be kind of cool where if you guys want, there'll still be like the 2 campaigns that I'll run on Saturdays. I'll ask you guys. We'll probably have this is also a conversation to have this to talk about, like, do you guys like the Saturday nights? Because now COVID's kind of being a bit lean, like things are lightening up. Do we want to do mornings again? What works for everyone? Do we want to change the time slots going forward? And I don't think we'll really start till probably mid-March or end of March, because I still got some planning and stuff to do. So you guys will have some breaks from the Saturday games for a little bit. But yeah, I'm open to you guys' suggestions and feedback so that I can build the world you guys kind of want it to be, as we put it together. It still will be deadly. It will not be Barovia. It will not be like, gothic horror. So you won't find a lot of like, the theme will be very much more bright and still very heroic and dangerous and all that. But
mystical.
It's
Now
fun,
we're
but
fighting hydras and
yeah. Oh, I have I'm still working on my Hydra. I haven't shown it to anybody because I'm still working on making I'm putting magnets in the Hydra's neck so that I can sever the heads.
I knew there'd be one.
Yeah.
So Mel has
that I do have
one.
worked. I have all my
just
monsters worked out for
all
that
the
campaign.
Chronos. I already have it, and then I have my son's. Yeah.
I think my only issue with moving back to Saturday mornings is that's when Richard runs his games now.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just letting you guys know in case you would like to go. Okay, hey, we've been doing this. If you guys want to tell me if there's another time that's better, even during those Fridays. But I like Saturday night. It's working for me. I just wanted to make sure I asked you guys if that's still working.
It works for my schedule.
I feel Saturday nights.
Just make sure. I guess I'll correlate as long as it's on the weekends. I'm with my daughter, but that's fine.
I love the outro. I love the
but,
last line you gave, Crius, before you faded, because that was Crius always told me
that was so.
He said,
difficult.
if you're going to kill me, I'd like to go out playing outro by M83. and so I played outro.
I was like, when he played it for you guys, when he played it for that episode, I'm like, you know that Crius is gonna, if he survives, he's gonna utter lines from there. I have to say, those are like the hardest lines. I was like trying not to.
I almost cried the first time I heard that song and didn't even like. I heard that song during the Cloud Atlas trailer, and the song in the trailer was better than the movie and something. But I was like, oh my god, this song is so amazing. You know, it's just like, and Holocene is like, yeah,
So
it's like
the
it
first
became
time I
the
heard
Feathers
it-
song after the first time we played it when they came back. So it's always just kept using it. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, and one of my I took my students on the GSA advisor at our school, and so it was the big party that they have at the end. It's a great celebration, and they played it for the first time, and I heard it. I'm like, what song is it? And then I was listening to the lyrics, and I just started like tearing up with all my students around me. So I was like, oh man, he played it. I'm like, gotta have that.
It was,
and it fit perfectly the way that he just blasted him. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what yesterday I was, it was Friday. All the teachers were all excited. It's like, oh, 3-day weekend. And I right outside my office, there's this long hallway, and there's all these tables away from all the classrooms. It was Friday, and there's 7 or 8 students playing D&D. So
That's
I saw the Saltmarsh book, obviously the players and all that, and all those other books. But yeah, I saw the Saltmarsh. I think it was Tomb of Annihilate or something like that. So it's just good to see that
It's
stuff.
good,
you know,
man.
they're just playing it. They're like, it is good. So
I'm liking the piety mechanic.
and a very,
Oh, go ahead.
Breaking
yeah,
it?
and it was.
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry.
Breaking it, how so?
I think he said liking.
Oh, me?
Oh, I said I like it. I
Oh,
said
liking?
Oh no, I'm not.
I
gonna
heard
do that.
breaking. My
No, no,
bad.
I like it.
You know, I love the piety mechanic.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's so cool, and it's one of those things that drives. It helps character building so much with like tying yourself to a god, and then
Yeah.
it's gonna make such fun party dynamics
Yeah.
because as champions of the gods, some of the gods are cool, but some of them
Some of
really
them are-
don't like each other.
really
So
don't.
that's
They're ruthless,
No.
man.
so you have a party with a champion of Heliod and a
Yeah.
champion of Erebos, and like like
gotta
they don't
swear
have to
down.
be enemies, but they can really mess with each other.
Mhm.
So it'll be fun.
Um,
Or Phoenix.
And then you
Phoenix
throw
hates
in-
everybody.
You throw somebody who wants to play Lean in there, who's just like, your gods are a
What
joke.
gods? Yeah.
What gods?
Or
I
like,
love the
that's gonna
Leon.
be
Like I would
awesome.
totally play Leon, and if I was playing Theros, I'd play Leon. Even though like that's not me in real life, I would
who's
just
piety.
I'll do this on my own. You know?
Big lion.
Yeah.
And then Phoenix, you gain piety by disrupting the other god's plans. So he's literally any follower of Phoenix is a wrench in the works of whatever's going on.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so
Welcome.
much fun.
I am very excited, and let me know about the ideas you got or something like
Oh,
that.
I do.
if
I'm gonna
you
roll it out to you guys.
California
pretty
stuff.
soon. Oh, sorry. I mean,
Yeah.
No.
No, I
I've
will,
read Percy
and
Jackson.
I'll ask for feedback. And what I'll do is once I get together, I like want to bring Nick in and anyone who wants to play, and figure out like schedules and stuff, what it might look like. Find out if we have any other ideas from. I'm just trying to build like a kind of a skeleton for how it would run so that it won't be disruptive. Like you shouldn't always have to like check in with me, and then I shouldn't always have to be like, I gotta track down Renee or Nick to know what's going on. And this, it should just almost be like, it's really just like a shared world. It's just a shared sandbox,
Mhm.
and the only kind of game breaking things were like, it would almost be like we would need to check in with each other if you plan to like try to destroy part of the continent or something like that, right? Like if you're gonna do something where like I'm sending my characters to this island next week, and then Nick's like, I destroyed that island last week. You're like, well, come on, we gotta come this like, how does it work, So there's
Yeah, Nick.
Mhm.
Nick.
so
It's Nick's.
I know
No,
Nick would he would
I-
destroy the maps in a second, so I gotta like rein it in and be like, hey man,
I
don't
love
destroy-
raising the stakes. What can I say?
He's
Don't
like,
have
there's
to
25
blow it
feet of an island left of Theros.
It's like Nick is like, I don't like these gods. We're gonna make sure they get deaded, and we'll make a new pantheon.
Also, I didn't mention, but Crius, also, I don't think there is a book in that coffin with you, but we can talk about that later. But yeah, so Strahd had left you your coffin because when Strahd plane shifted, he kicked your coffin. He had your coffin moved out of the castle in the morning and left on the shore because he knew if you died in the fight, he wanted you to be back. He actually wanted you to stay in Barovia because that's what you wanted. So he wasn't gonna. So that's partially the Raven Queen, but it's also partially Strahd because when Datura killed you and you turned into mist, you had to find your way back to where your coffin was, which means you would go back to Barovia, but she'd also would imprison you there, so you wouldn't be able to leave. But that book has some interesting magic in it. So
is that the Book of Shadow? Oh no!
Oh no!
He got left with the Book of Shadows.
The only thing that would be worse than that is a book of many things.
And by the way,
And y'all didn't
was so
play in the library.
Renee was so over himself last week. Like he really, I know this guy. I play with him all the time, and he is so fun loving. He's such a genuinely good guy. I can vouch for that. So I just think he you play the villain so well. It's the night I really got into Strahd and killed her, nobody liked me. So I get that. And that last episode you played Crius, it was so well that I couldn't even play Strahd, right? Because it would have been heavy-handed. I couldn't. So I will say that I just anybody who hated Crius, people hated him on his own party. Remember, you guys don't watch. This is the guy that slit one of his own party members' throat.
Yeah, that's not anybody.
In front.
That's everybody that hated Crius.
Seen it.
Look at me over here. I got devoured by this freaking vampire. To make a new character.
And I will say,
is your chance.
While I don't want I probably wouldn't have the kind of the PvP and stuff that took place in this campaign probably wouldn't be something of the norm. It was the first time I tried it several times, but I will say I am really satisfied with the outcomes because in the end, the hindsight is 2020 is that it was really enjoyable to see you guys because some of that inner conflict took the story in places I would have never thought to take it, right? It was some of as much as the Feathers hated, it was the first time the Fangs actually ambush them, right? I think the good guys really do. I mean, I was reading the hero's journey, right? This is the quintessential, you guys literally go from down to the death and resurrection of the hero party. Everything kind of falls into place. And so it really did. I would say sometimes it probably could have easily fallen apart and not worked out, but I think it worked out. And you guys are the reason.
Yeah.
And I just have to say, if I got under your skin, I am both sorry and not because I have to say, I jumped on board, and when Mal said that there was a spot, I'm like, can I please play? Like a little kid.
You're also a DM too, so you know how to do that.
Well, but I think the cool part for me was watching you guys all first, and I'm like, I want to be part of that. That was so cool to watch. I literally was like with popcorn. I'm like, shh, guys, watching the stories. And to be a part of that, that was awesome.
You play the villain so well that all the hate is a good thing. It's like hating King Joffrey in Game of Thrones. The actor has nothing to do with the character. They just played it so well that those are the emotions that they drew from the audience.
As an anime fan, I have to say, it's always nice when an anime has a very strong villain instead of just villain is evil because evil. It's always nice to have a really cool, developed villain. Take Dio Brando, for example. He's an asshole, but he's a charming asshole.
What's up, Eric?
I just had to say, I was about to say to Malcolm, I was like, I actually didn't hate the PvP. I kind of liked it, even though I got creamed. Yeah. I kind of liked it. I like that. I like that brutality. So it was good.
I'm not against the PvP.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably in the next campaign. I'll keep it at I would keep it. I would say this. It will be. You will never be blindsided. You would have to literally agree to want to go fight the other party, right? You would never be blindsided by them. Otherwise, it won't be. And I don't think it's going to be a PvP campaign because it's really going to be. I'm going to form two groups, and there'll just be two groups with their gods, and they'll just be traveling throughout the world doing their thing. So if they ever cross, I'd have to figure out, okay, if they cross, what's that going to look like? But I don't think it won't be like one god is like, go kill them, they need to die, so it would never be that dynamic again. This was meant to have that dynamic because yeah, it was supposed to be like there are bad guys, and I'm giving some of that over to these players, and these players are going to work as henchmen for Strahd. And it really did work, and it also hindered it. There's points where it hindered the story because it was like you guys for like the middle act 2, you guys were constantly on the heels of what the Fangs were doing to you, and I get that was rough. And it wasn't that I, as a DM, I was only leaning on it because Strahd is the type of villain that would lean on that. Strahd is a Thanos villain. He's not a like if it was any other villain, I would not meta game and be like, yeah, that's perfect. But Strahd, he knows all, sees all, scrying all the time. So it's like, yeah, he would allow these people to set him up. But I will say, for all the times you were really upset at me, there were multiple moments where Strahd, I would make the Fangs upset at me for weeks. Like for funny is like I was with them during the setup of attacking you guys, that whole like ambush episode, and then Strahd shows up and is like, what are you doing? Remember? And he's like angry at them, and they're like, what the fuck, you told us to do it. So then they were like,
it was really hard to be there.
Yes, and then they were so mad at me for doing it. Yeah, I didn't let them rest. I didn't let them sleep. I was like, you go do this now. And then he pushes them to the next room, and then they end up killing all the Vistani, and they're like, we didn't ask to do that. So there was a lot of moments in this game where I was like, people don't like me a lot. But I was like, okay, that makes sense because I'm Strahd. So, okay.
The funny thing is if you guys go back to that first episode that Mal put on there, I was just like, oh, crap. Because he starts off the video and he's talking about the first Alien game he had. He's like, and my one player is like wreaking havoc, and he's sending stuff to the chat. I'm like, hey, that's me.
That's you. Yeah.
And it was nice to be able to do that, but it was nice to watch like from the beginning of that the dynamic that you all had, right? That whole episode where like it was the Fangs against the Feathers, and you got like I was watching it and watching all of your reactions to each other, because like there was bonds that were being broken. I mean, that was just good storytelling. Like that was just amazing. That's what had me like not only rooting for you, but then I'm like, I want to play against them because it would just be so much fun.
I think you guys also made really good guys that people loved and also wanted to hate too, because there was this side of like Einar where you'd be like, the fuck, this guy is always, because it's also that side of Josh that always is able to like because I appreciate that this is actually giving you a compliment as a player, because you know how to think outside the box in this game and play and really toy with the narrative. And if you know that my sensibilities lie with the narrative, so like you're like, if Malcolm loves the narrative, he's gonna allow this. And so that is probably like with another party, I would have probably never TPK'd with Strahd, but this was the only party where I was like, I knew who I was playing with, and I was like, hopefully they know me, and hopefully they know all the times I give, and this was kind of like, now I gotta like be willing to just really be willing to take, and it was probably playing with Einar. It was playing with Josh, because Josh's character Einar was probably supposed to die like 3 times. Like he's made it through so much. That first episode, he was supposed to be out of the whole game. So there was a lot of that Strahd hated. It was a lot of that pent up, but that's actually it's a compliment, because I think you did. It's amazing that Einar is still alive, and so is Datura at the end of this game. So
yeah, I love playing the character. So especially when Einar did really dumb things and really poked at Strahd, like that was all the character. Like Einar in his character was too stubborn for his own good.
Yeah.
He was fearless in a dumb way with an intelligence of 8. So a lot of what he did was just purposeful. Like I love playing the character, whoever the character is.
Sure. Yeah. I love Nikki's characters, of course, because they're so like whimsical, and like even Eldith is supposed to be like, she's like this paladin, but like she like worships, but she doesn't. She's bad, but she's good, and like she's kind of like going with the wind episode by episode. They're very fun. Like it's like there's these moments where you're like that whole like storyline about having her have a conversation about killing all of her party is just like that never came up was so funny to me. And like whenever like everybody would be like, "Oh my God, Eldith," and I thought it was awesome that like Elin was the only one was like, "Really?" Like he was like only one, but nobody heard him. Like from jump, it was like as they crossed into Barovia.
No one ever asked me about it.
No, I know you had like all that ready to go. Like
I got
set it up
speeches on
3
top of
times.
speeches.
Yeah, we set it up 3 times, and each time something would happen, like when it was about to happen. And the most infamous was your ankle break, or whatever you want to call it, out the window.
I jumped out the window. I had 3 freaking hit points, and I took 3 points of damage from falling out the window.
And she was invisible.
That's where I need you guys to go. Hey guys,
that was pretty great. Yeah, so we had no idea. So I'm back in the church, like, where'd she go? Yeah. But hey, I think it worked out as we were heading towards the end, and like 3 or 4 lines. I felt it was great. It didn't have to be this big dramatic, like, Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Long 5 paragraphs or anything. It was.
I loved
great.
Hers and Calden's relationship was really interesting too, with him, attempting to mediate her through her internal conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nikki, are there any notes that you want to share now? Anything that you never got to say that's on paper? Feel free to if you want to.
I mean, I'd have to go through like 2 notebooks to get them
if
all.
you find it and you want to share it, that's what this episode is for. It's to like get it all out there and say like, this is what this character was thinking. This is that one thing that I tried but never happened. Feel free to do it.
Got a jet.
Yeah.
Later, Eddie.
Farewell, Eddie. Can't wait to see you in the next adventure.
Because
see you all soon.
Yeah.
With the daughter here, the family stuff going on, I'm gonna go too. But hey, guys, honestly, I love you all. Thank you, Malcolm, SDM, awesome. Thank you,
brother.
I will see you guys. When are we doing it? When are we doing it? I mean, it's been announced.
I'll let you know when mid-March. I'll let you know when. We'll probably have a full-on, like for this one, a full-on session 0. Talk about characters, figure out what you guys are playing.
That's what I figured. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Playing a Minotaur, period. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a Minotaur. I've been waiting forever, and I've got a model.
The one thing that I am fearful of is that I'm going to have a centaur, a minotaur, a satyr, and like one human. I don't have any humans.
All day, bro.
Hey,
about that? I actually have a centaur ready to go.
This was gonna say.
Of course you do. And then I'm like, how does anybody get into the tavern? How does anybody walk into the like?
I know.
It's like his
horns
are like
satyr.
I'm literally gonna be like,
Castor.
Josh and Shay, you stand outside because you can't fit.
If there's not a minotaur-sized door, I will make a minotaur-sized door.
A door with 2 horns, kind of out outside.
You think this wall will stop me?
Oh my God.
Shay has to have a rogue centaur.
Technically, all the player character minotaurs and centaurs are size medium.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Technically,
they're all they're a little bit smaller.
But you're not supposed to take up the whole 5-foot square at all times. Like,
I would imagine the doorways are big enough to fit them. I mean, it's a world where they exist in the first place. So
it's a fantasy
all
world.
towns are sort of scaled to them.
It's funny that's where my fantasy starts getting pushed to the mirror. I'm like, how does this centaur get to this door? Where's the centaur standing? What is happening here? Like, it's like
I get a trough.
Yeah. Does not compute.
They stealthily enter the building.
Through the streets of the city. I'm super excited for the new characters, the gods, the setting, just everything. And if we want to have an evil gods party, that's totally still an option.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Because the
freaking work.
One of the Minotaur gods.
Well, what's cool
Mogus
about
is,
Theros, what I love about the book is there's a section that, as a DM, it shows you any of the gods. Heliod, they have guidance for if Heliod is the villain of your campaign, like. Because every god can be a villain, because even when they're quote unquote good, they oppose people in certain ways that they're willing to do, things, because they're gods, so it's like Zeus, right? Zeus will topple a city and be like, "Cause I'm good, cause I decided."
Right.
To stay. And so that's pretty interesting. So yeah, there all the gods. Could
Only ever seen Zeus do one thing.
That's good, right?
My boy Zeus.
But yeah,
has-
a specific pattern. Heliod's different. Heliod's different. A
That's
whole
not
lot less.
true. We have all those demigods because of him. It's fine.
I think like
it's super cool.
Like with if we're talking about Greek myths, then all the gods do good things and bad things.
And bad things.
And they're like they can be really good and really, really bad.
It's almost like they
And
take
Theros is a
human
cool take.
like characteristics and faults and take that to the maximum of what they can be. So
Yeah,
yeah,
they're very fickle. They're just like, oh, I'm feeling like this, and whatever they think is virtuous at the time. So yeah, it should be really exciting.
Freaking, I'm prepared for this campaign. I have read the Percy Jackson series.
Yeah, hit
all
up-
right.
Now you do need to
Read
get,
about the
you're gonna need to get
gods.
the Theros. I will share the Theros book with everyone. Make sure we do that between Eddie and I. But if you do want to get caught, because it's Greek mythology, but remember it is essentially a world that's created by Magic the Gathering for D&D. That is essentially, so there is no Zeus, but there's Heliod who's like Zeus, right? So there's a lot of like, this god is like that god kind of deal.
I have read up on the book. I do have access to it, so
It's good stuff.
don't
It's one
worry,
of my
enough of
favorite
us
settings.
have read it in detail to where it's like you have a concept and know what god you want. We can give you the headlines of this is what your god does. This is who they don't like. You don't have to read the whole book if you don't.
Read the book.
Yeah,
and
you don't. Yeah, no,
played
you don't
both
have to.
Theros
Read.
sets.
And actually, the thing about D&D books is they're only half a book because the second half of the book is for the DM. So don't read that anyway. So if you can, try not to.
Unless you want to learn about the
Which
monsters.
I did learn because I was running that one Theros game.
So here it is in Legend. I'm still working on it in Legend Keeper, but it's
I
pretty
held
cool.
back on Curse of Strahd and Curse of Strahd only for you. I read everything else.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, well, I'm trying to build it
so
out right
cool.
now.
And we can sail too. There's sailing
Yeah, there's like
islands.
sea islands and all the information on the islands and.
Are we gonna bring Elin? We're gonna bring Elin to Theros? Are we
It'd be way more useful if he gets
Right?
to
He
be
would
on the 30-foot swim speed would be really useful.
I felt really bad for him. There were like lakes in Strahd, but like we never none of it was ever really near any bodies of water. So poor Ellen was just in a year campaign.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, Elin,
I used it once.
straight.
he did work, right? Because that one lake, someone fell in. Was it Shay who fell in? I don't know. Someone fell into the lake.
Oh,
It was that was a river, right?
It was a river. Yeah, we crossed it in
Yeah.
wherever
I remember that. I was sinking into the river.
But
Yeah.
I do remember Colin be like, "Yes, Ellie can swim past." And I was like, "There we go."
So Benji said he's going to be Bradius Piteous.
Yeah. Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Brad
Does that
Pitt.
mean I can be like Perseus or something?
You be a Troy.
He's gotta kill you. I'll be Perseus.
Possibilities are just going through my head like.
Oh man, it's so crazy. Like I pulled up my old Greek mythology book and I've been reading that too, and I'm just like, so many things.
I know.
Well, that's where I got the idea for Crius, right? Because Crius is one of the Titans, and his wife is Ribius, and their son is Perseus, who is the god, who is the Titan of destruction. And then they all got sent down into the underworld. Zeus trapped them all there. I was just like, ooh, that fits nicely.
Yeah, I'd want to be like Achilles, Bradius.
I mean, you
Piteous,
can.
or like a Spartan. That would be really cool.
There is a city that is analogous to Sparta.
Kitty.
Oh, nice.
Only men in Sparta. All slaves, no boys.
Yeah, no, Theros is super cool, super fun. There's so much you can do. And since it's inspired by Greek, there's like Greek analogies, like Akros is Sparta, Miletus is Athens.
The freaking, what is it, the giant ass temple in Athens. There's like the giant ass temple in Athens. I can't remember what the fuck
Parthenon.
it's called. I don't think yeah, that's the one.
you've got hydras to fight, you've got Medusas, and not like Eberonian Medusas. Like these are evil.
Oh, good.
And all the gods are so cool, so unique, and you get special, like, as you grow in your piety, you get special powers from the gods. There are special supernatural gifts that heroes have that are all super cool.
So it's
And
pretty
there's
much just if
so
everyone was
You can get
clerics.
some negatives if you get enough hatred from certain
Oh, yeah.
gods.
And there's even one of the powers is called iconoclast, so you can still get piety for not following the gods, which gives you another path to power that's similar, but you don't have to follow a god for it to work.
Hence here for Leonin. Nikki, what are you thinking with just the new possibilities opening up?
I'm resisting every urge to be a satyr.
No, don't resist the
Don't resist the urge. Just go ahead and
all
do
day,
it.
Nikki.
I sent Nikki a message. I go. Here's all the like the cool races that are in this game. I'm like this one, and then I'm like,
you can't play any short characters though.
You can be a short satyr. It's fine.
You can be a short satyr. You can totally.
I want to be like a runt of whatever race I am, so that I'm just naturally kind of a little bit smaller.
You forgot the
I've got a reputation
Elf
to
is
uphold.
3'6".
Yeah, you could be 3'6". It's all good.
Proud of me. I'm playing a
And
3'9"
then
character right now, Nikki. So
the College of Eloquence is broken for whoever wants to take that as a bard.
Oh, man.
It's so broken in a great way.
Yeah, what kind of class would you be as a satyr, Nikki?
I haven't gotten that far.
Haven't gotten that far yet.
In the book.
They don't really do classes.
I
Like the
was just
classes are from
looking-
any other. It's pretty much any class from D&D for the most part. And then they just add races.
Yeah, I was not quite certain on how it all worked.
Yeah,
If it's like just what's in the book, or if it goes with what's in the player's handbook,
with player's
or
works in the player's handbook.
so anything that's in there you could be too.
So and this is the only game I am going to be very sorry, Renee. You will not be able to bring any. There will be no Eberron in Theros. There will be.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No.
I'm gonna rule out all the other
No. This is
races.
this.
Yeah. I'll even. I mean,
I know,
I
this is
play with what
be cool
maybe
just
an
the way it is.
artificer's possible, but it might. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But
well, I mean, artificer is real now, right? Like it's not
Yeah,
an Eberron
it's
thing
a-
anymore.
Oh
because
yeah,
of
so
concept.
then you guys can be an artificer.
Sasha has made it like, hey.
Yeah.
And
And then they have
you
the
could even
anvil
do
rock
it in the
essentially.
lore. If you follow Perforos, then that would be a good reason
Yeah.
to do
To be an artificer.
Yeah.
They have those the anvil rod raptors. Those are cool.
Well, it's
And the
not
anvil
even
rod are
raptor,
basically
you can be anvil rock.
the what do you call them? The Warforged in
Yeah,
in arrows. So yeah,
it's so cool. Theros is
perfect-
just so cool. Period.
I feel like there was so much lore in Forgotten Realms to try this, but I feel like with Theros, it's just enough lore to kind of where like everyone doesn't have to constantly check each other to create a world where like a sandbox world where there's not all these like books and lore attached that everyone kind of knows Greek mythology. It's like it's on the tongue, it's on the mind.
It's
Very
easy.
easy.
Here to fill in the gaps.
Sure, and even the way like its lore is told, right? It's like it doesn't make sense. It's like, and so beget, so and so had a bird as a baby, and you're like, really? Yeah, that's how it happened.
God damn it, Zeus. Every time.
Yeah, it's probably him.
And there's still an air of myth even around the gods. Like not everything you know is necessarily true, and the gods aren't omniscient either. Like they're fallible and could be wrong.
No pet. Krakens, Benji.
Krakens
Or Shay.
are Greek.
Krakens are fun. They're only slightly below a Tarask.
Dude, Krakens are no, yeah. Oh man, this is gonna actually give me. I have a Kraken that's been sitting on the shelf for a full year. never got any.
Malcolm already knows.
Me and Trey were talking about it, and oh boy,
I'm
there's some fun.
I think
to
the
be
urge
had.
should just do a full like Mogus Minotaur barbarian and just cause problems for the world.
Yeah, Malcolm already knows I got that.
Every night, but
Oh, that would be
I'll have to
wicked
pop
too.
Need to put that Doomwake giant to work.
Oh, that Doomwake, man. Does they have a miniature for that thing?
Yeah, that's the one that I used for the our Eberron game with the.
Yeah, you did have it.
Yeah, so that's my son's. That's what he's like. He's like, can I get that? I'm like, yes.
Could I be a guy Medusa, but with like my beard hair is the snakes? That
could be fun.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
Just
That's actually
bald
a
on his
character.
head.
It's actually a creature in the monster manual, but it's called a bearded devil. I mean, they don't have snakes, but they're essentially like writhing, tentacly beards, which is basically snakes that lash out and bite you. That beard. We fought one of those in Eddie's campaign recently.
In Eddie's campaign.
Bearded devil.
Man.
Yeah. So
That was fun.
The campaign was really fun.
that campaign
It's not
is
supposed
always-
to be.
Oh yeah.
But we're all
Thank
so
God it's
slap
fun,
happy.
right? Thank God Eddie's campaign is the devil campaign. That's fun because I'm sure everybody needed it.
Because you have Bobo the foot massage therapist.
Yeah.
Or we get a foot stomp.
I
Yeah.
don't know
Yes, good foot.
how we have so much fun there, though. It's like that devil
We're not
was
supposed
supposed
to.
to be a problem. We got
Yeah.
through it and then walked into the real boss hell. Yet we're laughing the whole time. And I'm like, this is like
I
we're
think
going to
it's
die,
just
but
in-
this is great.
It's just the tone and just the vibe, you know.
It's the way that every single bad guy says, "I'm gonna get you all creepy."
Like Saturday morning cartoon villain.
Maybe that's what it is now. Next time you play Strike, you gotta pull out the GM.
Yeah.
You gotta pull out the GM. Costume.
Biggie told me to buy it a long time ago, and I was like, I don't know if I can pull that off.
You said that you might, and I was like, you guys, I think I even said it in our group chat. I was
Eddie
like,
Wynn
I
did it.
told him he needs to do this.
The skin tones don't match on the skull cap. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta like repaint the whole skull cap to make the skin
Some of
tones
your mini.
match.
Hey,
You get some foundation and ain't a
there you
problem.
go.
Just blend and blend. Put on some Bob Ross and be like, today we're gonna be some happy blending.
I think this year I was
Get a
trying to do
happy
some one
mistake.
shots every now and then too to bring back characters like Meep, you know, Einar, different characters. You know,
Yes,
Meep.
Meep.
Has gone through some shit. You might want to leave Meep a little, Meep a little different from the
I
last
often
episode.
sometimes go, where is Meep right now? Like, what is Meep doing?
You actually don't want to know.
Yeah.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
I've heard. I can't unhear it.
There's a demi-plane, a lich. There's a whole lot.
Yep.
It's in the padded room somewhere. For a Saturday.
Like having them explain it. I felt like, did you ever see Saturday Night Live with the Stefan stuff?
Yeah.
Did anyone? Yeah, it's just like, okay, we're gonna talk about Meep now. Meep is in a demi-plane. It's got everything. It's got demi-liches and like that's. I'm like,
It's a Meep game for sure. Dude, yeah, what are some of you guys' other characters that you maybe played that are out there? Are there anybody else have any of those other ones? Like, Josh, do you have any outside of Einar? No.
I had Gascard, but he's also in Mixed World. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think Gascard is the only other one I've played outside in this campaign outside of Einar.
Who was
Like
the
anything
guy?
else, like
Who was the
Elin,
guy? Who was
that's
the
just
guy
walking
that
around
you
the
played?
Shadowdaze?
Who was the guy that you played that like saved that had the duel with the bugbears?
That was Gascard.
That was Gascard. Okay, got it. That's
Yeah.
Rogue Swashbuckler,
Rogue-
1v1 the bugbear. With help.
There is the trickster Tarset from that game as well.
Yeah, like the only one who's possibly I've got who's rolling around. Kate's still alive last I checked. Chris, the freaking centaur I've got. And Ty. And then I got that
Yes.
one I made for Storm King that I used.
Who was the guy you made the
So
last
all
one you made
those
for
are-
Barovia?
It was
that
Yeah,
Ty?
that was Ty Gooden.
Ty Gooden.
Ty.
Yeah.
That was Ty Gooden.
So you might have some company because I think he
insane-
might have survived the collapsing of the Not that he might be there to bug bug Crius when he comes back too.
I kind of figured, like, okay, he went down. How did he die? They went up against some crazy shit. That makes sense.
The whole temple collapsed on Tycoon, and he was lost under the rubble. But I always knew he was probably still maybe alive. But he was just, we had to, we weren't going to be there. We had to like write. There was no way I was going to be able to play
I get it. I understand.
There was no way I was going to be able to play that character.
No, I get it. He's the crazy, insane cultist.
You planeswalked, it's fine.
He probably just dug himself out and just brushed it off like, well, that was unpleasant. Now then, where
I feel
were
for
we?
Shay. Shay was the only player who was not present for his own death. for Ida's death that episode. He's like, Malcolm, I'm gonna be late to today's episode. I'm like, you're about to die. Are you really gonna let? He's like, yeah, go ahead, kill me. I know I'm not gonna make it. All right.
I'm super excited for the future. I've got to head out, and I can't wait to see what we all do next, friends.
Good stuff.
We can be heroes. Only for one day.
There we go.
Yeah, same here.
Till next time.
Yeah, I gotta go see it.
Later, Josh.
Bye, Josh.
Good night.
Yeah,
See you,
I
Josh.
gotta go do but yeah, it was an honor playing with you guys, and
Thanks, Benji.
Malcolm, your top tier DM. That was awesome. That's probably
Thanks,
the biggest action packed games I've ever played. That was a lot of fun.
I tried, man. I pull the little hair that I have out over this shit. So I'm glad when you guys say that. Like, it doesn't like boost my like hair. It just makes me feel like, geez, okay, at least they had fun. You know, like at least all this painstaking hours that I like mull over this shit, that you guys actually end up having fun. That's the whole.
You know, it's great fun.
Fortunately, that's part of your struggle, man, because a lot of us haven't played with very many other DMs. So we only have like you and maybe Nick to compare to.
Nick, Richard.
Like,
Richard's really good.
There are a lot of trash games out there. We should be real happy that we have you, man.
Yeah, Richard scares me a little. I sit on Richard's games. I'll be sitting there in the dark and I'll be like, he might try to usurp my throne. like, I knock him down a peg. You know, like the villain DM in me is like, I don't know if I trust this guy. You know, he's too good. That's why every now and then I just log into Zoom while he's running a game to just throw it off on purpose. I don't do that. I'm joking, but I have done it on accident because I let Richard stay on my Zoom account, and sometimes I randomly log into Zoom like on a Saturday morning to test my camera to like set things up. And so last week I think Josh was they were all playing a game, and I'm setting things up. I log into Zoom and they're like, it says end your current meeting, and I'm like, I don't have a meeting. Click, and I'm like, and as soon as I do it, I'm like, oh my god, I just killed Richard's game. And it's like everybody just drops off, and then Richard hits me up like, hey man, like I'm like, my bad. That's my bad. I did.
Bye guys, see you around.
I'm sorry. Later, Benji.
See ya.
So yeah, it's fun. But Richard.
Malcolm, I don't want to tempt fate, but you asked about other characters. I do have my great old one, Warlock, from that one shot where you threw the Nightwalker at us at level 4.
That was the last game that. Yeah, that was the last game that I played with you with Meep, Malcolm, as well.
Yeah,
that was Nightwalker.
So
that's off into the distance. Yeah, there's other characters out there.
It was following me, is what it was doing.
It was following you. Oh my god, I would love to revisit that. It was
completely.
Yeah.
Shoot the crazy book point blank with a long bow out of someone's hand.
That was not good.
Oh my god. That's interesting. So, yeah, man.
I'm still curious what we would have found in that mine if we'd actually gone down there. But we'll never know.
I low-key want to do like certain episodes. Like I want to do an episode in Eldith's like village and find out what's going on with her like uncle, but like have her like, would she call her friends to aid, you know, in that?
That could actually be really interesting.
Could be fun.
Yeah.
Political intrigue.
Because she, when I was looking to try and find my speeches, I found my intro page for when I was planning out Elry, and it says like the first sentence that she and Eldith grew up together, and I was like, because the other day none of you guys knew that that was part of the backstory.
You were just like, I'm looking for Eldith, and I was like, okay, they must, because you said somebody hired her to go looking for her, so I'm like, okay, this is just a job for Elry. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, She was hired because she knew her so well. So that was part of like she's extra able to track her. So that was when I was like, and I thought I had said something about it because I remember talking to you about like how far she was able to track Eldith and where like the trail went and was trying to figure all that out when we were planning it. Yeah.
That was cool.
But no, that was interesting. I think it would be interesting to see. I'm nervous that there would be like a moment where I would have to play both of them in a scene.
I would do that with
where I would have
Eddie
to be like Ellery and Eldith.
I'm like, Eddie, play Dex.
so
Talk to your mirror. Now play Bavo. Okay, go. Eddie's the MVP for that.
He wouldn't
even know. I wouldn't even talk to Eddie before game. I'd be like, okay, Eddie, now you're about to play Bavo. He'd be like, wait, what? Play Bavo. Do something.
Yeah,
and then
character whiplash.
And then just throw in Bobo just for fun.
In the Wednesday game, there's so many double characters and stuff like that players have that run around. One of our players, Max, he literally has 3 characters in the Wednesday game, and somehow all 3 of them were in the same room.
Oh my
God! How did that go?
It went like everyone is now silent, and we refuse to talk.
That's funny. Gosh. There's an episode of Critical Role because I'm getting to the end of their first campaign, and there's an episode where Tyrion and Scanlan have to have a conversation, and so he sits there and he does a whole like and has a whole back and forth conversation, and I just had like panic moments of like, what's gonna happen? I just know it.
When Malcolm said tonight, he's just like, and Ellery sees El. I'm like, it's gonna happen.
I wanted it to be that movie ending where she's like walking through the crowd and in passing she sees her and but I knew that like I wanted Nikki to be like, oh no, I have to play them both, and I'm like, and then we fade to black.
Thank you, because I started sweating immediately. That was great. That was really cool the way that when L ended for everybody.
Sometimes it's also nice to just leave it to your imagination, like what that conversation was when they have it, what it's going to be like and all that stuff. What are you saying, Nick?
I imagine Ellery would have just like dropped into the shadows and then like popped up right in front of her.
I would be super down to do an adventure and see what's happening with Ellery or like Eldith's like town. I think that'd be a cool one shot.
Yeah, I'll figure out the name of it.
Yeah, send me some information.
I also think
just call it To Be Named. That's the town. That's the town. To Be Named. No, what's the town's name? That's it. To Be Named.
And then we can write up in style. Just say the word. Zim zim zalabim.
And Elin, I wasn't joking. Essentially, that was a kind of a leaving it open for Elin to play more, because I haven't revisited Saltmarsh in a while, and I was like, not to say I remember you told me I might never play this, so you don't have to ever play these characters again, but it was just kind of a tie-in, like whether you bring him back or not, there's this whole world of Saltmarsh that would be perfect for, might be perfect for him, and I was kind of leaving it there in case we go back. He might even be out there as an NPC, right? You could help me work on what Elin might become. What would he might be doing 3 years from now in the Saltmarsh, or would he be somewhere else? So
yeah, I mean, for sure. What I kind of envisioned for him is he, like I was saying, he would start over. He would probably not even tell people his name and just start a new one because Einar is fairly famous, so probably he's going to be singing about Elin and this villain who betrayed them.
Yeah.
But for sure, if he comes across his old crew, he is going to possibly try to take the ship, because he's come a long way since he left there. Just like, I could be in charge if I want.
Oh, yeah.
What are they going to do?
He's strong now, so
he's gonna pick all regular people. Colin, that's your dream.
Yeah,
I am a god now. Bow down.
What else is the sorcerer supposed to do? I mean,
find it.
I love that about
The
Elin.
Apprentice.
He's a good guy in his own way, but he didn't end the game any less sinister. He actually became more sinister, and I like that. But he's like, I feel like where he's like, I don't know, I don't know if maybe he's like lawful evil. What would you say he might be his disposition by the end of the game? Maybe would it be more
I think
like
he's chaotic neutral.
Chaotic neutral. Yeah, that's a.
Yeah.
Crius is probably
I mean,
more.
he started as a bad guy.
Crius is
Like,
you played him chaotic evil, but maybe he's whatever serves his. Sorry, I mean control.
No, it's all right. Yeah, the whole thing with Elin, like because his background is pirate, he started bad.
Yeah.
And then like he got kicked out and drew heat, so he came to White Sparrow trying to start over and just kind of hide out.
Yeah.
And he became like for that period he became good because it suited him.
Makes sense.
Until it didn't.
Yeah. And as much as everybody, I will say this, as much as the issues that I had with that one game, it's hard for me even to watch because I uploaded it today, the Shadowdaze, the one right before the last one. I think it's 18. Because it was just a long game, all the tech difficulties, everybody, the issues we were having. But of going back and kind of watching some of the highlights, the one moment of like clarity of like, if there's one thing of hope that's in this game, it's Elin. And as much as that rubs, like as much as he made the other party hate him, it's not Crius, it's Elin standing up to the entire party and nobody doing shit about it. Like nobody. Elreach they made a couple shots and then he like goes out on his own.
Yeah, he did work.
You guys, I'm out. And he's just like, she's like, if I die, it's on me. And he's just like, I love it. That's the only part of the episode I'm like, that was pretty cool. That was really cool, So I was rooting for him at that point. And then I rolled a percentile. I think I gave it in your favor. I think when I rolled it earlier this week, it was like a 30% chance that he was going to die in the vortex. So it was very low, but I knew that if he did survive, I just had to figure out like where he might go. And there's like a lot of little loose ends. Like, so Ravenloft, Strahd's dead. The castle's still there in one of the planes, just hiding out, kicking it, like, so it's not in Barovia. But I imagine that, like, if anybody ever wanted to like travel back there to get the secrets of Ravenloft, you might be able to find it, but it would be hidden.
Theory. Someone else could use the castle for something else.
Oh yeah, because it's got power.
Or maybe work it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All Strahd's like all his
it's kind of like
all his shit is in there.
Yeah, because last I checked, Strahd's castle is pretty much just Castlevania. From Castlevania.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. So.
It's still got everything, so in theory, someone else could perfectly use that castle, unless something else changes.
So, yeah, that is the one thing that like as the DM in me is like, oh, like missed this campaign, but one day I'll crawl it, But there's so many amazing treasures and weird things in that castle. But I had a fun episode with the Fangs. That was cool, and they just kind of got to walk through parts of it and like go. Like the witches scene was so fun to me that
our shopping
surgery, but couldn't go to sleep, and we're just getting. I mean, the dark side of me was like they're just getting sliced up and bleeding, and they're like, we can't die, but we can't fall asleep, and this is a nightmare. Oh my gosh! And Crius is just standing in the doorway watching. It was such a fun.
I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna move. Like, I'm gonna watch y'all.
Oh man, yeah.
It was also the shopping episode.
That was the shopping. I gave you guys the shopping episode. Like the feathers never got.
I was always curious
because they were.
They fixed
the only place to shop in Barovia is Ravenloft. So it's like you're.
We went around saving everybody and got killed for it, and these assholes got to shop.
Hey,
God damn it!
You guys were there. You had your chance to try to shop if you wanted to. Y'all left.
I wanted magical weapons inside of the Celestials, the Abbot's place, and then my party just decided to destroy it instead. So we didn't get magical weapons until much, much later.
This is true.
Yeah, that was that part escalated quickly.
I love you guys. Nick, my friend.
So good. Oh,
You'll always make some interesting characters, that's for sure. There's
I'll
never
always
a dull
try to
moment.
make a scene. What can I say?
Yeah. Hey guys, we found a literal angel in Barovia. Maybe it'll help us.
Let's murder it.
with it. I'm like, what? Tell me more about your plan. Please explain this. And they're like, we will kill him and we will do it now.
No, he's spreading propaganda. He must be slain.
How dare he speak of love?
And I love it because he was playing
Yeah,
at,
burn the heresy.
Burn the heretic.
so good.
Like, to be fair, if you found out about his plan, he was probably doing some bad shit.
Of course.
But
Oh, he was not
I'm sure of it.
Oh, there's so many
He's
moments in
not
that
on.
campaign. The Fangs having a conversation with the whoever the burgomaster, that was funny. The way I remember getting like the way he was like pushing them around that episode. The first time the Fangs
making Nylas dance for him.
I thought
making Nylas
get out of
dance.
here,
Yeah, like that was bad. I had Jason was looking at me like, "Come on, Malcolm." Like, come on, Malcolm. And I was like,
"Going out here."
Okay.
Is that the dance episode?
It's all
It
good.
was the dance episode.
It fit, and you went.
Oh, he's
that
being
was how you attacked Nylas too. So you hit him with this pride.
That was a tense one.
What you what? You didn't watch it?
I don't watch your guys' games, because
we went in trying
I'm a
to be
good
like
guy.
a twin face with the Burgomeister, and my man's racist or something. I don't know. Not like against black people. Like I was like
because he's
different. Like, I
actually a
walked in and I
drow,
was
but he makes himself look like he's like a dark skinned black guy, black man. And so the Burgermeister was just being an ass.
Yeah, that's why we put Black Jesus up there, because that's generally that's what we use when Nylas is in disguise. But yeah, he was really just like, nope, shut up, you don't talk. I want to listen to that guy. It was like, oh, you can
I was
cast
totally
spells?
playing up
Are you
some-
like entertainment? I was like, all right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I
was my
think
fault.
that I was playing on some racist tropes there, like of him being racist, but I don't even think I realized it until I was halfway into the character that because I realized that you guys had planned for you to be the face, and then he was only listening to Elin, and then because the way I imagine this guy is this kind of pompous, like white guy runs the town, and I totally saw him as dismissive to Nylas, even though Nylas was supposed to be the talker. And so I caught myself halfway through it. I was like, oh yeah, he's totally racist, and he's totally playing this up on Nylas.
It was subtlety to it, though. Like it wasn't really like a trope or anything. Like just like like it makes sense for this guy to do this, and I'm like, all right, like let's do it. Like I didn't take it as like it was separated from real world, but it was also like super relatable.
It would have been mad
like,
cringy if I wasn't like after I was like, my bad, bro. You know what I meant. You know what I was doing, right? I was just making a I was
I
kind
mean,
of like
if
playing up.
I chose a disguise as a black man. Like if I would have chosen a disguise as anything else, it would have been better.
Because even like, was Renee there yet? Okay, no, Renee hadn't joined the party yet because he didn't join you guys to the ice. But it was like even like Ellen, everybody was just kind of like, oh shit, what he wants him to dance? Like it was just like so cringy. But yeah. But I was,
and we were trying to be kind of good too, because we were preventing
stop the poison.
the village from dying. Yeah,
Purify food and drink on the wine so that no one else died.
He was always supposed to be
I think what
completely
happened was
despicable
he
in my mind.
Entertain him while I was casting.
For
right?
sure.
Like it wasn't just the go dance. It's just if you're gonna cast a spell, be entertaining. And I'm like, all right, so I did kind of a little dance. He's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna make you dance for me. I'm like, okay, cool.
So did you guys try to do anything good besides that one time when we accidentally poisoned an entire village?
Yeah, and in retrospect, we should have given all the wine to the Loki, and then got hung out with the Vistani and just be like, check this out, they're all gonna die. But no.
No,
I mean,
we want to be nice and try
let
and
us
save
in on a little bit
people.
part of his plan. A lot easier for him. If it wasn't just go there.
You
be
guys
there by
did make it
1800
hard
hours.
for the Feathers when they re-entered Valaki because Nylas went around spreading all those rumors that one night. Remember that? He almost got mugged.
Yeah, we got Rick Tavio thrown in jail.
Yeah.
This must be weird to hear Nikki on the back end, like all this like stuff that's happening in these like Josh and Eric are watching this all the time, and Renee and everybody, but you're probably like, what is going on in these episodes? But there was stuff that they were doing behind the scenes all the time. So
Yeah.
I remember when you guys walked into Valaki, like people were looking at you guys strange. And it's because Nylas was walking around telling everybody that you guys were bad guys the night before.
I told them that you guys killed Tav and made us give the poison wine.
Because the Valachians were waiting for the angel to come back. Remember, like they were waiting for this angel to perform, and then the angel didn't come back.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
It was these crazy dwarves on the road, and like I think they had like a dragonborn with them or something.
Yeah.
I was just disguised as like an old lady in washing clothes, just going up and just telling rumors, doing all sorts of stuff. But
I wish
Whisper
that
campaign.
we had some sort of way to get like hints or whispers about what the other people were doing. Because like when they showed up, it's almost like we had to have like a, hi, I'm so-and-so, who are you? And what are your motivations? In order to have like meaningful interactions if we weren't metagaming and watching the other people's games.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I think that's my biggest rub about having the two simultaneous parties. It's like, I didn't know how to, once I was Elvery, I had no base for who they were or what, and I had no idea how to interact with them other than like going off of what everyone else was doing and what was happening in the moment. So it didn't give me an opportunity to smooth things over or to like, it just kind of happened, you know? If we had had some sort of like, if we had like the villagers talk about these other people, we might have had some sort of knowledge about who they were or what they were doing in the world instead of only knowing them in those like 2 or 3 episodes that we encountered them. That was hard.
I think
it was tough. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think a session 0 with our characters and getting into Barovia or just getting some kind of like familiarization, because you know there was just this like unspoken thing like, oh, we're just like, we as players, we are all gonna be like all like sped up and we're gonna be like doing this outside the game. But honestly, like a session 0 would have helped out with, you know, certain things like that.
I agree.
Well, and I remember last game, Malcolm, you said something about once we split from planning in game and started doing our own feathers pre-game planning to kind of thwart whatever the Fangs were doing, because we didn't know how to come up with plans without them sabotaging them because they watched our games. So that was our solution, was to plan away from the recording session, but then you didn't have any way of knowing what our motivations were or what we were trying to do. So that whole dynamic really didn't do a service for a lot of us, I don't think.
And you're right. And I would, they'll tell you, I would, like, if they ever were trying something from watching episodes, I would be like, hey, no, you guys don't know that. You can't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to allow that.
Yeah.
Like, I would shut them down a lot of stuff. I would only, if anything, the leeway was that the funny thing is that this is a bad campaign for that, because Strahd actually does know certain things. So if Strahd knows it and he can feed it to them at the certain time, then they know it too. But there was a lot of stuff that I'd be like, no, you guys can't do that. And they were pretty good about it. So that was like, that's why after there was no more, after that first ambush episode, there was no more of that. But I do agree with you. Session 0 would have been great. And you're right. It was kind of like, this is one of those campaigns, of course, the first time we ever tried this, it's hard not to see the DM as like Strahd after a while. So if Strahd's connected to them, then I don't want to share with him because he's going to share with them. But really, it would leave, you're right. There was a part of it where I'd be like, oh, I think they're planning things, but like, I don't know how to give them what they want because I don't know it, right? Like, it's just, you know, so there's definitely some give and take there. So you are right. But there was definitely some of that I could have probably, you know, put out there and be like, hey, is there anything you guys want or need, or, you know? So I'll do that going forward. But yeah, you're right. It was tougher on the second batch of characters. And I had last thing I'll say, I had a conversation with Eric. After tonight, I don't know, but I will say if when the feathers first died, that episode after where the Raven Queen gave you guys a chance to go back into Barovia and you guys chose to live, I think that if I didn't know where the game was going to end today, I say the weakest decision I ever made as a DM on this campaign was to continue you all's story. I think that would have been the end of your campaign. That would have been it. Like when you guys decided not to go back into Barovia, that would have been your campaign, and then I would have just turned over and finished the campaign with the Fangs, and that would have been it. But I think I was caught up on nobody kills Strahd. Like, you know, like they're not going to like fight this guy again. So I was like, shouldn't we? And I think that was sometimes the DM you get caught up in like, we should continue this, you know, going forward. But I think, and I don't know what you think I think about that, but I've had that conversation with myself multiple times where I think maybe the Feather story just ended when they like walked away, you know? I don't know anybody else.
Well, I think one of the main reasons why I chose to walk away was because I knew I had already built this new character. So
got it.
I had gone through the mourning period of losing my first character.
Yes.
I was a little whiny about it.
And that was me being an asshole because like that's the part of me as a DM. Eddie knows this because he knows that I have done this with my home party where I might have plans, because to me death is not always the end. That's a great thing about Theros. Plug for Theros is that death is really not the end since you just go to the underworld. Somebody jumping off.
Bye, Shay.
Bye, Shay.
Bye, Shay. Good seeing you.
See you, Shay.
Yeah.
For me, Malcolm, what it was is the way that it went down.
Sure.
Was so if with the with the way that you can, how compelling it was, and it was basically going back in time from that scenario and all the other stuff.
Sure.
Nate never had any ties or anything like that. He didn't even hate Strahd, you know, he was fine with leaving things alone.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think it was the most amazing ending the way you guys left it. I was very happy with it. I just wonder if maybe that's where I should have left it, right? But then you're right. You guys had already, like Nikki said, you'd already made these other characters, so I had already set the expectations up to continue the story going forward. So that's actually very interesting. So, sorry.
The other idea or the other thing too is that going into this again or going into again with the expectations like we're going to actually be more of like antagonists, or we're going to just be side characters to the Fangs party now because hey, it's not really about us anymore. So we shouldn't worry too much.
Sure.
Because it really did feel like that at times, like, hey, we are just these side characters, or we're here to just fuck up things and just put a wrench in things or make things more interesting or push Elin's like hatred of the Raven Queen and stuff like that. You know, because hey, that was something that we contributed, was the Raven Queen force, and it's like, hey, you hate the Raven Queen, we are embodying her.
But at the same time, I do understand, like, when we first landed in Barovia and we went through that first town, they were all like, oh, another hero party. Yeah, we see you guys all the time. So it makes sense that another hero party would have come in, because I'm sure that's just the way things are. It's just like wave after wave of people trying to take this guy down. So narratively, that made sense to me.
I don't know how Colin and Renee felt about it, but for me at least, it was kind of rough with you guys going down like that, because we're just sitting there. We're on this quest in the middle of nowhere again, trying to get these items. And Strahd shows up. He's like, yeah, I killed him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
They didn't revel in you guys' death. They were all like, oh, really? Like, it was a rough episode because they didn't know.
Now? Like, does that mean you're going to kill us? Like, what's...
Yeah.
Like, that was the straight up start of the episode. Like, he's like, we start off and he's telling us, like, what happened with Elin. And then all of a sudden he's just like, and you feel, it was almost like, you feel a disturbance in the force. And a redheaded dwarf is dead. And we're like, wait, what? And then it was like fade to black. Then we started the game. And then at the end, when Strahd tells us, this is what you need to do, then he's just like, he goes one by one with your deaths. And you look at, if you go back and watch it, you look at our faces and we're just like, one by one, he talks about how he took you guys out. And we're just like, at that point, we're all looking like, wait, what you didn't see is in the messaging, we're just like, what are we going to do? Are we going to take him out now? Like, should we attack him now? Is he weak? Like, what?
Strahd was drinking wine with him. I was wondering if it was going to happen. Like, the funny thing about playing Strahd is the entire time I was waiting for the Fangs to attack me. I was always like when I would plan sessions with you guys, I'd always be like, here's what Strahd does if Crius goes rogue. here's what Strahd does if Elin goes rogue, right? Like, because he did not completely trust everybody. Like, what do I do if while I'm sharing wine with them, somebody just tries to off me? You know, so it's actually pretty really interesting.
Funny, the beginning of that episode, it was really meta.
Yeah.
Because when you told us that Elin felt a disturbance, you see half of us react like, "Oh shit, did she die?"
Yeah.
And like we're having trouble staying where we're supposed to be.
They're
because
having
we
trouble
didn't,
being
like,
characters.
It hurt. The concept that eldest was just like, "Oh, she's gone now."
And I had
what are we doing?
and I had just learned, like, I think it was like the episode before is where Colin is telling Crius as Elin what exactly went down. So it's only been a couple hours. And then all of a sudden, like, he says, like, "Oh, this has happened." And so I'm trying to play it. It's just like, wait, what? Because I've watched you as Eldith, right? And then I'm like, but as the character, he doesn't know who you were. And so I was just like, what's going like to play that and be like, yeah. So how does that work now? Like that was the crazy part. But yeah, I mean, we definitely walked into like, okay, so we're in no man's land now, and it was. I think we were always like a day ahead of you, like a day or two ahead of
so
you.
we were trying to get the timing to match because you guys were always like 24 hours ahead of the other party. It was weird, yeah. I think so.
Yeah. And so yeah, Malcolm, you were absolutely right to be planning contingencies for us attacking you. Because it was in the back of my mind at least.
Honestly, I think if we could trust Crius more, it would have happened. But we never. Crius was always a wild card. We didn't know if we needed to save energy to fight against him. Or like,
but there was a reason for that.
There was. I get it. Yeah.
It was. Yeah. I mean, and there wasn't that many things I could actually do. So then, like, it was very specific what he wrote to me, and I'm just like, as he sent it to me, I'm like, okay, so what am I gonna? And then
so
that's when.
So Nikki, sorry, because you're missing context for this. We're in the Amber Temple. In there are, among many dangerous things, there are various gifts that are encased in amber. Crius receives one. Shortly after this, he turns to me and says, "Elin, do you trust me?"
Do you trust me?
And I give him a non-committal answer, and he lunges and stabs me in the throat.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about violent
So
against. It was a PC, like, oh my god.
So when
This was always standing right next to Elin at all times. Like, if we need to get out of here, like, I don't know who's gonna attack you, but I need to grab you and we need to get out.
And then Benji's in the corner, like, I don't know, like, what to do with my hands.
I'm just gonna back off.
Troy watches it. Troy looks at it happening and just walks out of the room. And Benji's like, huh?
So Troy says his character.
Poor child.
So it was funny because Troy says he's like, Garrick is just watching this, and then he leaves the room, and then Troy was just like sitting there with popcorn, literally just like eating. It was, and what Malcolm sent me was, you have to find somebody who trusts you, right? The way it was worded was like very specific, and so I was just like, okay, so then I'm like, and at that point, like we knew Shay was going to be leaving, and he kind of trusted Crius because we were from the same plane, Eberron. I was just like, all right, so, but then it wasn't sure like how that was going to work out. So then I'm like, okay, well, who else do I kind of trust, and who else could possibly trust me? I'm like, well, Elin kind of saved me from the giant rock when that was in its bird's nest, and I'm like, maybe it'll work, right? It just said I had to draw blood. It didn't say I had to kill anybody. I just had to draw blood from them. So I was just like, all right, that'll work. And then Malcolm goes, all right,
it said you had to kill him,
so you can take anybody else out.
It said you had to kill him.
Oh, did it?
I just responded and told you it could be. I had made the darkness responded and was like, we'll take Ida. Like she's a sufficient sacrifice. And so you turned all of your vampire spawn on Ida, and we just destroyed Ida in that episode, unfortunately.
And,
yeah, it was.
And then I had to go and get the blood too. So like I'm walking around and just like blood, like I had to drink the blood too for it to take effect. And then on top of that, he was just like, "Oh, you also have to have somebody kill you in hatred." So I'm like, "All right."
Yes.
I'm
So that was the first part. He couldn't become a full vampire until someone killed him in hatred. So they had to walk upstairs and instigate with Troy to have Troy kill him. And
And Troy's just doing it, and Troy's messaging me, "Why are you making me kill you? This is not cool, man." I was just like,
but Troy was willing to cut anything down. And then it was funny. It was a moment where I was like, "You're gonna if you're willing to kill Elin." I was like, "If he dies," I was in my mind. I was going, "Okay, I think that Crius will probably bring Elin back as a vampire spawn. You know, whoever he takes down." And so there was a moment when he did just kill Ida. Ida was dead, and I go, "Well, you could bring Ida back as a vampire spawn, and maybe that's how we bring her back into the story." And I messaged him that, and then I go, "Well, Crius," I think in the game I actually say something like, "Crius, do you want to use your vampire powers to bring Ida back?" And he goes, "Ida is dead." And I go, "Oh, okay." Like, it's like that. Yeah. There is
no.
Sorry, Shay. This is recorded, but yeah, it was Nick, like, "We're not bringing her back."
Nick, that was the running joke in our party, that the ranger who was always on his ass was also the healer.
I completely forgot you were a ranger, you know? And I was like, wait a minute.
They fought these two huge gargoyle statues, and it would be like one, like thank God the feathers never really went to the Amber Temple, because like you guys would have been fine, but you would have like the creatures they were fighting were super difficult. Like, it was like 1-2 hit swings and Crius would go down. Like, because I think with Elin and Nylas were always okay because they could fly. They would just fly away, and then that's where they would test the party. But like everything was just like critical hits.
Would fly far away.
It was nightmarish. And then the Baylor fight was rough. I mean, they made it through that. Like, you guys were. So I mean, I drug them through the mud too, Nikki. That's all I'm trying to say. They got dragged.
Malcolm definitely came up with some anti-Nylas lying plans immediately. Because that picture of the house, I don't know, in the end of the credits, Nylas is fighting that fight on the ground. Because as soon as he tried to fly, the house is like, "Nope, SWAT, 60 points of damage." I'm like, I'm level 4, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, I TPK'd them in like 2 rounds with Baba La Saga's hut. And so it was like,
that was the second time we had been TPK'd in this party, in this thing. And I'm like, we played like 5 episodes, bro. Like, what's going on?
I TPK'd them in the first to second episode, and then again in the Baba La Saga episode. Then they woke up, Baba La Saga had them all strapped up, and then she starts flaying one of them, like just killing one of them, and it's like it's all an illusion. But yeah, the Fangs were not.
I know this is recorded, but Shay knows what he did. Shay knows what he did. We're out here tied up to things. She's torturing people. He's like, "Yeah, your baby kind of weird, bro. If you don't shut your mouth right now, we're just like, you want us to be just over." Okay. Like, I was making so many faces, like in character, talking about.
With the one episode.
So we don't talk.
The one episode where we all took damage, and everyone was just like, "Yeah, we're hurt," and Shay's just like, "I'm gonna heal myself first." We're like,
Shay would always. I'll be honest. But Shay would always heal Ida first, and then look the party second, and so people would be dying, and Ida would be standing in a corner healing herself over and over again. So there was a moment where we all knew it was coming, where Crius was gonna like allow her to like go down. It was funny. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
That's why for this episode I'm like, all right, let's see who I can surprise. And then I was just waiting for somebody to go down, because I'm like, I knew I have those spell slots. I knew what I was gonna do. And then Kador went down. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna heal him. And I was like, all right. So that's why I put in the chat. I'm like, okay, I've got spike growth, I've got silence, I've got summon Fae, and I'm like, and I can also heal. And then Nick is just like, you can heal?
I was
what?
more like, what?
Yeah, all caps.
You can heal?
And
yeah.
I love Josh's reaction. Josh is just like when I said I'm gonna go over and give Kira, like the look on his face is just like.
Well, he and I were in the chat talking about how we were gonna kill you at the end.
Oh, I know. I assumed.
He said something like, "Only Orcus will die today," and I was in the chat immediately like, "Excuse me, what about this vampire guy? You're just gonna shake hands with him and let him walk away?"
When he put that in the chat, I was just like, no, I'm not getting it. And
No.
So Eric and I were also in the chat, and he's like, I'm down. I'm like, don't worry. I'm like, I'm gonna go over and heal you. He's just like, what? And I'm like, I'm gonna go over and heal you. Don't worry about it. And then I'm like, I'm not making it out. And he's just like, I don't think I am. I'm like, nah, you're gonna make it out. I'm like, I'm